Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, your excellencies, welcome. The Honorable Minister, Ahmed Hussein, as well as the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kindly take your seats and thank you for joining us this morning. Well, as all get settled in today, following bilateral meetings that began, in fact, yesterday and into this morning, it's my pleasure as Gareth Bloor, President of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, to welcome each one of you to Africa Accelerating 2024. Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Judith Suminwa Tuluka, joined by an esteemed delegation from an incredible country we've been privileged to visit and engage. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's Minister of International Development, the Honorable Ahmed Hussein, great to see you again, sir. Like so many others, I share the great blessing of being born on the continent, but the privilege of living in this great country. Paula Caldwell St-Onge, Chair of the Board of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, Ato Zola, Vice President of the Chamber, Deepak Dave, Senior Advisory Counselor to our organization, Parliamentary Secretaries, visiting MPs, local MPs, ambassadors, high commissioners, to each one of you, a very, very warm welcome this morning. And of course, to our chamber sponsors who make this possible. As an organization, we don't seek or receive government funding. It's the commitment of the private sector and generous individuals who make all of these events possible, dozens held across North America as well as on the African continent. And so I would like to give a very special mention to those companies whose commitment has made this event and so many others like it a reality. To Elephant Trade Services, our headline chamber sponsor, Mr. Gabriel Chende and his wife Natalie, who's en route from Kolwezi, thank you so much. Hatch, who sponsored our conference in Zimbabwe just last month. B2 Gold, who are delivering a keynote address today, Neil Reeder, who will also be talking about our upcoming program in Namibia. Goodman's LLP, EY, Nexum Healthcare, Lambano Full Services, Ivanhoe Mines, major DRC investor, Bishworld, Bramex, Mine Africa, Cypher Environmental, Six, who are doing the live broadcast today across the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be, to those who are watching live. The APO Group, our media partner, Osenko, EKMM IOB, Demeanor Advisors, thank you so much to each one of our sponsors. And thank you to Global Affairs for your engagements and open communication, making suggestions. You know, one of those suggestions was a ministerial forum tomorrow, and that will be happening, which we're pleased to host in Toronto as we continue this program into the rest of the week. Well, now it is my distinct pleasure to call upon somebody who is an absolute force of nature, and that is Paula Caldwell St-Onge, our Chair of the Board. Chair Caldwell St-Onge is a retired ambassador, head of Africa in the Government of Canada for Pan-African Affairs, and serves on numerous boards as a recipient of a number of awards. And really, without you, this wouldn't happen. Paula Caldwell St-Onge, good morning. Thank you.
Bonjour, bon matin tout le monde. J'espère que tout le monde a eu son petit café ou son petit thé. Merci beaucoup d'être ici. C'est un honneur d'être avec vous pour notre 30e anniversaire de nouveau, pour commencer nos 3 jours de accélération Afrique. Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Madame Judith Suminwa Tuluka, joined by esteemed members of the Prime Minister's delegation, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's Minister of International Development, Honorable Ahmed Hussein, Government of Canada. Welcome ministers, parliamentary secretaries, our deputy ministers, assistant deputy ministers in Canada, Cheryl Urban, Canadian and visiting members of Parliament, our Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps, Prosper Higiro, ambassadors and high commissioners, your esteemed excellencies and all protocols observed. A special welcome to member countries of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business and, of course, fellow chamber members. We wouldn't be here without you. And leaders of the business community of Canada and the African continent, welcome to Africa Accelerating 2024 in Ottawa and Toronto. A special thank you to our sponsors, including our headline sponsor, of course, Elephant Trade Services from the DRC, Gabriel et Natalie Chende. Sans eux, on n'aurait pas pu réaliser nos rêves pour le 30e anniversaire, alors on est très, très reconnaissant. Et bien sûr, Gareth a déjà mentionné B2 Gold, qui est notre partenaire depuis longtemps, puis on apprécie beaucoup. Merci, Dion. As a proud Canadian not-for-profit, everything we do is done through the generosity of our private sector sponsors who make subsidized membership and participation possible for hundreds of individuals to participate in person and many, many more virtually at dozens of our events across Canada and African markets at no cost. We do not receive government funding, and we're very appreciative of the continued support of our private sector. Canada has just hosted the African Union's visit to Canada, where Prime Minister Trudeau announced new commitments to Africa in which we were engaged. During our VIP reception, as well as the Chamber African Union bilateral, we restated our firm commitment as an organization to drive private sector trade and investment and market solutions to growth and prosperity. To give you a flavor of where we convene some of our business conferences and roundtables, and this is just this year. So I'm surprised, Gareth, that you're not completely sleeping. So thank you very much. We have 2 months left, and that's it, and we'll have a Merry Christmas. But we have been in Harare, Zimbabwe. We've been in Nairobi, Kenya. We've been to Kolwezi, DRC, Cape Town, South Africa, Washington, D.C. in the United States, joined by members of Congress. They were quite thrilled at the Canada-US Africa dimension. We were in Lusaka, Zambia. We're in Sudbury, our great Northern Ontario mining town, with Governor Fifi, actually from the province of Lualaba. We were in Gatineau, Quebec, Vancouver, and out in our Canadian West Coast, and of course, today at the great capital of Canada. So it's been a busy year indeed. As was stated at our 30th anniversary by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this past May in Toronto, African markets are vital to Canada's future, and we are partners and faithful friends. Madame Prime Minister, the DRC is a key component of our relationship, and we will reinforce that in a major announcement today in our plans for 2025. Maintenant, c'est mon plaisir de lire un petit message de notre honorable Premier ministre Justin Trudeau qui nous a donné à la Chambre de commerce pour notre 30e anniversaire. I will just do a little couple of highlights. It's with great honor that I welcome everyone to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business Conference. I would like to thank all the entrepreneurs, businesses, and organizations here today for the great and positive economic impact that you continue to make. I would also like to thank the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for the incredible work they do to facilitate the trade between Canada and Africa. And there is tremendous potential between us, and I look forward to the outcomes of this summit. Parce que, comme tout le monde le sait, la chose la plus importante, c'est le suivi après des discussions puis des conférences comme celle-ci. So with that, we're going to quickly go to the next part of our program. I am proud to introduce Nikki Clark. Nikki Clark, my friend, is an award-winning producer, a TV host, author, and a business leader committed to uplifting communities and inspiring change. As the host and producer of The Nikki Clark Show, she has spotlighted diverse voices for over 15 years. A passionate advocate for Black entrepreneurship and innovation, Nikki is the National Business and Membership Manager of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce. And it's my great pleasure to ask her to come to stage.
All right, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est vraiment un plaisir d'être ici avec vous ce matin. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. It is my privilege to introduce the Honorable Ahmed Hussein, Canada's Minister of International Development. Minister Hussein is a dedicated public servant whose leadership and advocacy have made a profound impact both in Canada and globally. As Minister of International Development, Minister Hussein is focused on fostering global partnerships, advancing sustainable development goals, and supporting initiatives that improve lives around the world. His leadership reflects Canada's commitment to global cooperation, humanitarian aid, and inclusive growth. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Ahmed Hussein. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And let me begin by extending a very warm Canadian welcome to Prime Minister Suminwa and members of your team. Welcome to Ambassador Caldwell St-Onge, members of the African Diplomatic Group, heads of diaspora associations, and distinguished guests. À notre hôte d'aujourd'hui, la Chambre commerciale Canada-Afrique, qui organise cette activité. Félicitations pour votre 30e anniversaire. To our hosts today, the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce, for organizing this event. Congratulations, and congratulations on your 30th anniversary. The theme today is accelerating the next 3 decades of Canada-Africa trade and investment. Earlier this month, we concluded the second Canada-African Union high-level dialogue with our colleagues from the African Union Commission in Toronto. It was headed by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the head of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mr. Faki. I can tell you in those dialogues, win-win trade and investment between Canada and Africa were top of mind for everyone. Canada is well aware of Africa's potential and the economic weight that Africa brings to the table. You know, when you hear people talking about emerging markets and getting excited about emerging markets, one of the things that I always tell them is that of all the emerging markets in the world, Africa has the highest return on investment of any emerging market in the world. So Canada has the potential and the opportunity to really deepen its engagement and pursue opportunities in the continent. We are absolutely, as a government, committed to deepening our engagement as equal partners and as partners that are pursuing the same vision of inclusive economic growth, win-win trade and investment. I said in my speech in front of the African diaspora in Toronto at the high-level dialogue that what Canada and Africa have an opportunity to engage in is a march to the top, not a race to the bottom. Because Canada is a trading nation. We have a vested interest, and stronger trading partnerships means more opportunities for all Canadians. La diaspora africaine, qui compte environ 1,3 million de personnes, est l'un de nos principaux liens avec les 54 pays du continent. C'est pourquoi, dans notre stratégie pour l'Afrique à venir, nous allons créer un mécanisme de dialogue avec la diaspora. We announced in that dialogue that we will create a new, very formal diaspora engagement mechanism. In addition to that, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced the opening of 2 additional embassies in Africa, one in Zambia and one in Benin. In addition to that, the AU announced that they will open a permanent office in Canada. We don't know which city they'll choose, but there's a fierce competition to be the host of the AU in Canada. In addition to that, we announced an additional $176 million in support for vulnerable populations in Africa. So we realize as a government that the African diaspora, with their wisdom, links, experience, and contributions, will absolutely guide Canada's continuing engagement with the African continent. As a proud African Canadian myself, this for me fills me with a lot of pride, and I see groups like the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce doing amazing work to really leverage Canada's potential to benefit and engage in win-win trade and investment in Africa. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the high-level dialogue also announced that Canada will create an Africa Trade and Development Program specifically dedicated to pursuing those tasks. This will help develop the conditions for trade and investment between Canada and Africa. It'll help Canadian companies and communities thrive, but it'll also help African countries to thrive and benefit, creating jobs for all of us, win-win trade and investment. And we understand that trade and development go hand in hand. When people are uplifted, when kids are ready to go, you know, when kids have the nutrition necessary, to be school ready, when communities have the ability to add value to their economic activity, that enables them to be in a better position to trade in goods and services. Development initiatives help ensure that more people can reach their full potential and contribute to their local economy. And Canada is doing that every single day, whether it's contributing to infrastructure or contributing to better health and nutrition, education, and climate change action. I was meeting the president of Benin, and he said, I don't see Canada a lot here. I said, the biggest port you're building is being contributed by Canada, and he didn't know that. So I think we as Canadians have to be a little less modest and more visible in Africa as well. So development fuels trade, it fuels investment. And, things like the background stuff like good governance, working on equal rights, making sure that women are unshackled from oppressive laws that prevent them from having access to land ownership or even the ability to open a bank account. When you unleash that power, a lot of things can happen. A lot of things such as inclusive and sustainable economic growth. I just informed Prime Minister Suminwa just a few minutes ago that Canada is continuing in that tradition of enabling us to invest in young people. We just announced this morning an additional $12 million in support to the DRC to help 72,000 young children in 3 big cities in the DRC, Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and Bunia. This will really help those kids have the protection that they need from exploitation and be school ready and life ready. And our development program and the nexus between development and trade is having an impact. Two-way trade between Canada and the African continent grew by 68%, from less than $10 billion to more than $16 billion in the last 5 years. But we know that there's more work to do because we can do even better than that. Why? Because Canada and Africa have a lot to offer each other. Africa's trade and development journey is at a pivotal moment at this time because they've established the largest, geographically speaking, the largest free trade zone in the world. This is an unprecedented opportunity to boost intra-African trade, drive sustainable development, and grow the ranks of the already expanding and growing African middle class. But it also presents opportunities for non-African major economies like Canada to take part in that new reality. And I've always argued that, and I've always advocated for the day that Canada will be the first major economy that is outside of Africa that will sign on to the African Continental Free Trade Area. Wouldn't that be something, ladies and gentlemen? So Canada is providing support. We're providing technical assistance to make this happen and training to support African-led reforms to implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're doing so by sharing best practices on how to get rid of non-trade barriers. We're enabling Africans to establish stronger rules on stronger mechanisms on rules of origin. We're supporting Canadian companies like Cowater, which is helping create more equitable and safe conditions for 300,000 women traders in Mozambique. We have a program with Renew International building a network in 8 East African countries to help local small businesses become more gender responsive, climate smart, and increase their trade regionally. I have seen the Trade Facilitation Office do amazing work to enable African farmers and small entrepreneurs not only become ready for the national market, but actually export by showcasing their products and helping them to showcase their products outside of Africa. In Nairobi, I visited a coffee factory where local small businesses supported by the Canadian NGO MEDA are being trained to help small-scale farmers to build up their businesses and become more profitable. I saw the impact of Canada's support on both the coffee company, which is now supporting 4,000 new farmers and increasing its exports. These are many examples that I can list, but in the past few weeks, as I said, we also announced an additional $210 million in new funding for projects in Africa. These initiatives will empower women, they'll empower youth, and they'll empower marginalized communities. These projects will support climate adaptation. They'll support the creation of well-paying jobs. You heard the president of the African Development Bank say that the next billionaires in Africa will not come from oil and gas, they'll come from agriculture. Agriculture has a huge potential if there's work to be done and implemented on value-added initiatives. So win-win investments for Canadians and Africans alike is what we're interested in. And what we heard from the AU, they appreciate that that is Canada's position. Africa is truly a continent of change and renewal. Canada looks forward to growing our relationship even more as equal partners, advancing shared priorities. Encore une fois, je félicite la Chambre commerciale Canada-Afrique à l'occasion de son 30e anniversaire. Thank you for your tireless efforts to create business opportunities for Africans and for Canadians. You are creating wealth, you're creating prosperity, and you are enabling people to reach their full potential. And for that, I appreciate everything that you do. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you very much.
Alors maintenant, without further ado, je suis fière de présenter Judith Suminwa-Tuluka, première femme occupant le poste de première ministre en République démocratique du Congo. Elle est détentrice d'un master en économie appliquée, option gestion financière de la faculté d'économique de Mons en Belgique, et d'un diplôme d'études complémentaires en travail dans les pays en voie de développement. Elle travaille aussi dans le secteur bancaire avant de rejoindre les agences des Nations Unies, dont le PNUD. Elle exerce ensuite des autres fonctions au cabinet du ministère du Budget avant de devenir la coordonnatrice adjointe du Conseil présidentiel de veille stratégique. À la tête du ministère du Plan au sein du gouvernement Lukonde II, Judith Suminwa-Tuluka a brillé par la pratique de gestion axée sur les résultats de développement, notamment dans la mise en œuvre et le suivi du programme de développement local et la finalisation du plan national stratégique de développement. Elle est nommée au poste de première ministre par le président de la République, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, le 1er avril 2024, devenant ainsi la première femme à occuper ce poste en République démocratique du Congo. Mère de 2 enfants, elle est originaire de la province du Congo central, précisément du territoire de Songololo à Kimpese, d'où elle adhérera à l'Union pour la démocratie et le progrès social. Alors, j'ai le plaisir de lui demander, s'il vous plaît, de prendre la parole ici avec nous aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup, Madame Première ministre.
Oula. Monsieur le ministre du Développement international, Madame la présidente du conseil d'administration de la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique, Monsieur le président, directeur général d'Elephant Trade Service DRC, Mesdames et messieurs, en vos titres et qualités, dear friends, je me sens particulièrement honorée d'être conviée ce jour à participer au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo à cette conférence dédiée à accélérer le rythme de développement de l'Afrique. De prime abord, je tiens à remercier La Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique, parrainée par Elephant Trade Service, dit RDC, qui est à la base de cette initiative fort noble, ainsi que tous les acteurs et structures qui ont rejoint cette dynamique qui démontre l'évolution d'un monde en mutation. Je remercie davantage les autorités canadiennes qui ont rendu possible la tenue de ces assises et ont permis l'arrivée de ma délégation à Ottawa. C'est grâce à elles que depuis l'avènement du président de la République, M. Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, nos relations politiques, diplomatiques et économiques sont tournées vers un avenir meilleur, offrant ainsi à nos deux États une coopération multiforme dans tous les domaines. Mesdames et messieurs, la conférence Afrique Accelerating 2024, qui se tient simultanément à Ottawa et à Toronto, vise à catalyser le changement et à renforcer la résilience économique et sociale sur notre continent. En plus de promouvoir les initiatives de développement durable, elle constitue une plateforme stratégique pour établir des partenariats entre États, entreprises privées, organisations non gouvernementales et acteurs financiers internationaux. Face aux défis que sont le changement climatique, les objectifs de développement durable, la transition énergétique et la biodiversité, ce sommet permettra aussi aux pays africains d'échanger des expériences et des stratégies réussies dans des secteurs clés tels que l'agriculture, l'énergie, l'éducation et la santé, tout en mettant l'accent sur l'innovation et les technologies émergentes. Il peut catalyser des initiatives numériques qui soutiennent la croissance économique et améliorer les services publics. Il renforce aussi le rôle déterminant de l'Afrique sur la scène internationale et met en exergue les opportunités spécifiques de notre continent. Ainsi, il contribue à positionner l'Afrique comme un acteur clé, influençant les décisions globales qui impactent son développement. Enfin, il offre une plateforme pour mobiliser les ressources financières et techniques nécessaires à la mise en œuvre des projets essentiels, attirant l'attention des bailleurs de fonds et des investisseurs. C'est dans cette optique que la République démocratique du Congo se présente en dépit d'une guerre d'agression injuste dans sa partie Est, comme pays solution, mais aussi comme acteur dynamique et incontournable. En effet, la République démocratique du Congo est pays solution en ce qu'elle dispose d'un potentiel et des atouts qui constituent un apport indéniable aux nombreux défis. Pays solution, de par son étendue, c'est un vaste territoire disposant de 70% des terres arables utiles au développement de grands projets agricoles à travers sa main-d'œuvre de plus de 50 millions de jeunes. Pays solution, sur le plan des écosystèmes, la République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un massif forestier protecteur de la couche d'ozone d'environ 155,5 millions d'hectares, soit 10% des forêts tropicales de la planète et plus de 60% des forêts du bassin du Congo, en plus d'importantes réserves des écosystèmes naturels de la planète, les tourbières, les pluies de plus de 30 gigatonnes de dioxyde de carbone, auxquelles s'ajoute sa faune et sa flore, qui le classe 5e puissance mondiale en biodiversité. Pays solution en ce qui concerne l'énergie. En effet, mon pays dispose d'un potentiel photovoltaïque estimé à 70 000 mégawatts grâce à son exposition naturelle sous la ligne de l'équateur. Pour ce faire, il répond au déficit énergétique avec un important potentiel énergétique d'environ 37% du potentiel africain et 6% du potentiel mondial et est à mesure de fournir de 40 à 45 000 mégawatts grâce à son barrage hydroélectrique d'Inga. Pays solution quant à la transition énergétique. La République démocratique du Congo détient les minerais importants et critiques qui entrent dans la fabrication des batteries et des piles à hydrogène, dont la demande augmente sans cesse pendant cette ère d'énergie renouvelable. Et dans ces minerais critiques, je cite le cobalt, le lithium, le nickel notamment. Un autre minerai stratégique de la République démocratique du Congo est fier de posséder est le coltan, avec 60% des réserves mondiales. Il est disséminé dans l'espace Kivu. Cette précieuse roche est prisée dans la technologie de l'ordinateur et de la téléphonie cellulaire, surtout en cette ère de développement de la 5G. Et enfin, pays solution, parce que la RDC est un acteur dynamique. En effet, mon pays n'entend pas seulement jouer le rôle de pourvoyeur de matières premières, mais davantage celui de la transformation et de la création des économies qui révolutionnent le monde. Ainsi, il s'offre à l'humanité tout entière comme la meilleure destination des investissements, par la fabrication des batteries et des véhicules électriques notamment. En effet, alors que l'installation d'une usine de 10 000 tonnes des précurseurs de batteries MNC manganèse nickel cobalt coûte 117 millions de dollars aux États-Unis d'Amérique, 112 millions de dollars en Chine et 65 millions en Pologne, elle ne coûte que 39 millions de dollars en République démocratique du Congo, d'après une étude du cabinet Bloomberg. Et tout dernièrement, la conclusion d'un partenariat de 350 millions de dollars dans le cadre du même projet que celui des batteries et véhicules électriques montre que la République démocratique du Congo couvre la facture de l'installation de l'usine de raffinage du cuivre et du cobalt, méga projet porté par les entreprises Buenasa et Delphos International en collaboration avec l'État congolais à travers le Fonds de promotion de l'industrie. Située au cœur de la chaîne de valeur d'une telle matière première stratégique, la République démocratique du Congo voudrait ainsi répondre à l'appel lui lancé de jouer un rôle de premier plan dans la transition vers les énergies propres et renouvelables, ainsi que le développement des systèmes de transport efficients et durables en Afrique conformément aux agendas internationaux, en l'occurrence l'agenda 2030 des Nations Unies, l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, ainsi que l'appel à reconstruire au mieux lancé par le secrétaire général des Nations Unies. C'est en regard de ces atouts que j'aimerais bien attirer l'attention de tous à plus d'engagement financier et technologique dans les programmes destinés aux domaines cités, mais spécifiquement à ceux orientés vers nos centres semi-urbains et villages concernés par la transition énergétique et qui impliquent la protection de l'environnement, le développement à la base, bref, en conformité avec la vision de notre programme de développement à la base dit Programme local de développement des 145 territoires, PDL 145T en sigle. Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de relever ici les similitudes frappantes entre la République démocratique du Congo et le Canada et qui ouvrent la voie à de grandes opportunités de coopération bilatérale. Dans le secteur minier, en partageant nos bonnes pratiques en matière de sécurité, de durabilité environnementale et de respect des droits des communautés locales, ensemble, nous pourrions bâtir un secteur minier qui profite à nos économies et aux populations qui en dépendent. Dans le domaine du développement technologique, le transfert de technologies canadiennes vers la République démocratique du Congo pourrait catalyser une nouvelle dynamique économique, favorisant l'entrepreneuriat et l'innovation dans notre pays. Enfin, j'insiste sur l'importance de l'éducation et de la formation. Établir des partenariats académiques entre nos institutions universitaires permettra de développer les compétences indispensables dans le secteur minier et technologique, renforçant ainsi nos coopérations à long terme. D'emblée, entre le Canada et la République démocratique du Congo, c'est un regard croisé. C'est dans ce contexte que mon pays lance un vibrant appel à la belle expertise canadienne dans les métiers liés au secteur productif de l'économie congolaise. Je pense ici notamment au secteur de l'agriculture, des mines, de l'énergie, des infrastructures. Mesdames et messieurs, le vœu des peuples africains et même de l'humanité tout entière est de voir s'intensifier et se densifier les partenariats à travers le monde autour de grands projets qui cristallisent le développement intégral. La République démocratique du Congo n'en demeure pas moins le bénéficiaire et appelle les partenaires canadiens à venir investir dans un partenariat en gagnant-gagnant dans tous les domaines car elle est la terre d'investissement et de transformation du monde. N'étant plus ce géant au pied d'argile, mon pays devient par excellence la terre de destination des capitaux pour un devenir meilleur, car autant la problématique du réchauffement de la Terre mobilise et fédère les esprits pour des réflexions nourries, autant la solution trouvée sur papier doit faire converger les énergies pour sa concrétisation. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans dire que mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, est une panacée aux problèmes qui terrifient l'humanité et cela n'a plus besoin d'être démontré. Il est temps de mutualiser nos efforts dans le réchauffement climatique qu'autour de l'industrie des métaux indispensables à la transition énergétique qui, en plus de ses forêts et tourbières, justifie tout espoir de survie sur Terre. Je vous remercie. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And we'll now take an official photograph together with our Minister of International Development. Thank you. And Mr. Tozola has been requested by the Chair to join the photo. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Great.
I wasn't going to go in the picture. Oh, no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Prime Minister, honorable ministers, dignitaries, thank you so much for their incredible reflections and the leadership on both sides of the continent and the messages and intentions shared with us today as part of the business community. Understanding the policy frameworks and the government objectives is indeed very, very helpful. And a special thank you again to members of parliament across the political aisle from Canada who stood united in their belief in the importance of Africa. It's an absolute honor to have you with us today. I believe MP Gareth Bloor is with us as well. So thank you so much for joining. It's my distinct pleasure now to invite Cheryl Urban, Assistant Deputy Minister for Pan-African Affairs in the Government of Canada, for remarks. Cheryl Urban is an absolutely committed advocate for ever deeper trade and investment. She served with Global Affairs Canada since 2010 and previously was Director General for Economic Development. I know you've had several postings, so perhaps I should mention where you haven't been, but your leadership on Africa is absolutely welcomed. Thank you for your commitment. Cheryl Urban, Assistant Deputy Minister, Pan-African Affairs.
Madame la Première ministre de la République démocratique du Congo, Your Excellency Prosper Higiro, High Commissioner for the Republic of Rwanda, Votre Excellence Joska Kabongo Ngoy, Ambassador de la RDC, Minister Hussein, Excellencies, distinguished guests, bonjour. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier les organisateurs pour l'invitation. This is my second time at Africa Accelerating, and I would like to congratulate the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for its extensive and its excellent work. J'aimerais souligner également la présence de Madame Paula Caldwell St-Onge, une ancienne collègue qui a été, en outre, directrice générale de la division des affaires panafricaines. Je note également la présence de Neil Reeder, une autre ancienne collègue, qui a même mené une carrière distinguée aux Affaires mondiales Canada et qui partagera quelques mots avec vous sous peu. As you can imagine, it has been a busy fall for us at the Africa branch. We are working hard. And you heard from Minister Hussein that on November 7th, Global Affairs Canada hosted the second Canada-African Union Commission high-level dialogue in Toronto, where Ministers Joly, Minister Ng, Minister Hussein, welcomed the African Union chairperson, Faki, and his delegation. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also attended the event. A trade policy dialogue took place a day prior and provided a forum to share best practices and expertise on trade policy issues and issues of mutual interest. I can say as well that it provided an opportunity to set out work that we will do together in the future. Le Canada reconnaît que l'Afrique est une région d'une importance vitale dans le paysage économique et sécuritaire mondial. L'Afrique est en effet la deuxième région à la croissance la plus rapide au monde. Elle abrite 11 des 20 économies à la croissance la plus rapide de 2024. Africa's young population will soon become the planet's largest workforce, and its abundant natural resources are the key to the green transition. Canada is committed to deepening our engagement on the continent. We've been reflecting our engagement with a review to seeing how we can strengthen our partnerships. In order to do this, we have undertaken extensive consultations. Over the past 2 years, through a great deal of diplomatic outreach, high-level visits, Senate and House committee hearings, the Government of Canada has heard from over 600 stakeholders. We've gathered input from 83 small businesses, 39 African countries, 80 academics, 200 civil society organizations, and more than 70 Afro-Canadian diaspora associations. Canada understands that strengthening our engagement with African partners is critical to our mutual security and our prosperity. At the high-level dialogue, Ministers Joly, Ng, and Hussein announced a series of initiatives that will strengthen partnerships between Canada and Africa at all levels, all of which reflect a recalibration of our engagement with the continent towards greater economic cooperation, stronger peace and security partnerships, better leveraging our people-to-people ties and our Canadian diaspora members, and also undertaking a stronger focus on youth. In general, helping Canada have a stronger presence, and as Minister Hussein mentioned, a more visible presence on the continent. We also took into account the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area. And of course, all of our efforts were guided by Canada's feminist international assistance policy and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The initiatives that were announced by our ministers included the creation of a new Pan-African trade hub at Global Affairs Canada. This new team will coordinate economic engagement efforts across the Government of Canada. The new trade hub will be working closely with our 15 Canadian trade commissioners and 46 locally engaged trade commissioners active in more than 50 African markets. And a large part of our efforts will focus on building private sector engagement to scale up investments and engagement on the African continent. Également, nous annonçons une mission commerciale qui se consacrera en priorité aux infrastructures, aux minéraux critiques et aux autres secteurs innovants où le Canada voit un grand potentiel pour approfondir notre relation commerciale avec le continent. Une relation mutuellement bénéfique pour le Canada et pour nos partenaires africains. Il va sans dire, vous êtes des partenaires essentiels pour faire progresser nos priorités communes. We look forward to growing the relationship even further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Deputy Minister. And I believe MP Ariel Kayabaga has joined us as well. Very warm welcome. It was also key to discussions with the African Union just under 2 weeks ago. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're working on a tight time schedule for those who are watching at home, the live broadcast. And as we have a couple of minutes left before the official closing, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome the Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps for closing remarks, His Excellency Prosper Higiro.
Thank you, Gareth. Bonjour tout le monde. Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre de la RDC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my colleagues, the members of the African Diplomatic Group here in Canada, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for having organized this conference and actually congratulate them for the 30th anniversary. I wanted also to congratulate them for the work they are doing for strengthening the relations between Canada and Africa, especially in the area of promoting investment and trade between Canada and Africa. This conference is convened at a very, very important time because, as Minister Hussein has just mentioned, it comes after the high-level dialogue between Canada and the African Union, and we have been, as ambassadors of our African countries here in Canada, we have been witness of that milestone in Toronto. We have watched and followed important announcements from the government of Canada and the African Union. Some of them have been just mentioned by Minister Hussein, and we look forward to continue as our envoys of our continent to continue to work with Canada and Africa so that we can improve the relations, of course, with the aim of improving the people's life on both Africa and Canada. Donc, pour terminer, je voudrais encore une fois remercier la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique, son président, ainsi que tout le personnel. Remercier de façon particulière the chair of the chamber, Paula, and Gareth Bloor for their effort, for what they are doing in order to promote the relationship between Africa and Canada in the area of business and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we look forward to having you with us and many of you in Toronto as we head over there early tomorrow morning to continue this week's programming. Well, of course, you heard reference to our headline sponsor, a DRC company, Elephant Trade Services DRC. And so we have a short message from Mr. Gabriel Chende in the context of course, as you've all heard, our programming in the DRC taking place next year as we move into 2025 for the next 3 decades of our existence as an organization. Thank you so much.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre du Développement international du Canada, Ahmed Hussein, représentant son Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre Justin Trudeau. Excellence, Madame la Première ministre de la République démocratique du Congo, Judith Suminwa Tuluka, et Excellence, membre du gouvernement congolais. Excellence, Madame Fifi Masuka Saini et Monsieur Grace Bilolo, respectivement, gouverneur de la province du Lualaba et gouverneur de la province du Congo central en République démocratique du Congo. Madame Paula St-Onge, présidente du conseil d'administration de la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique, et Monsieur Gareth Bloor, président de cette même chambre. Chers hommes d'affaires, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, à vos titres et qualités respectifs. C'est avec une immense fierté et une profonde gratitude que je m'adresse à vous à ce jour, à l'occasion de cet événement qu'est Africa Accelerating 2024. Ce rassemblement témoigne de l'importance des relations entre le Canada et le continent africain en rassemblant des dirigeants et des acteurs de premier plan du développement international. En tant que sponsor principal de la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique, à travers mon entreprise Elephant Trade Services, basée en République démocratique du Congo, je suis honoré de contribuer au renforcement des échanges et des investissements dans le secteur privé entre nos nations. En effet, cette année a été marquée par la première mission commerciale en République démocratique du Congo, précisément dans la province du Lualaba au mois de février, soulignant l'attractivité économique de notre pays, ouvrant ainsi la voie à des investissements substantiels et renforçant notre partenariat bilatéral. Par ailleurs, une série de rencontres organisées à Washington a rassemblé des membres du Congrès, des dirigeants canadiens et africains, ainsi que des acteurs économiques majeurs afin de promouvoir les opportunités commerciales d'envergure et d'intégrer l'Afrique dans les réseaux économiques globaux. Nous avons également soutenu l'organisation de la 3e conférence commerciale Canada-Afrique à Harare, au Zimbabwe, permettant à des centaines de participants de découvrir les opportunités africaines et de discuter des stratégies favorisant une croissance économique commune. Notre engagement s'est encore illustré lors de la 2e conférence commerciale Canada-Afrique au Kenya, qui s'inscrit dans une série d'événements sur le continent africain, aux États-Unis et au Canada, visant à promouvoir les échanges et les investissements. Je tiens à saluer ici l'engagement exceptionnel de son Excellence Madame la Gouverneure du Lualaba, Fifi Masuka Saini, dont le leadership a été déterminant pour accroître la visibilité de la province où est basée notre entreprise et de la RDC en général. Sa visite à Toronto et à Sudbury a mis en lumière les atouts stratégiques de notre pays en tant qu'une destination d'investissement. Madame la Gouverneure, nous vous en sommes reconnaissants. La récente visite de l'Union africaine au Canada a consolidé les liens entre ce pays et le continent africain, réaffirmant notre ambition commune de dynamiser le commerce et les investissements dans le secteur privé. Dans le même ordre d'idées, lors de la visite à Toronto de son Excellence Madame la ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République démocratique du Congo, Thérèse Kayikwamba, la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique a partagé que la RDC reste fermement inscrite à l'ordre du jour 2025. C'est ainsi que des programmes sont prévus l'année prochaine à Kinshasa et à Kolwezi afin de valoriser les réussites de notre industrie, à l'instar de Kamoa Kakula d'Ivanhoe, qui est en passe de devenir le plus grand producteur de cuivre au monde. D'autres initiatives sont également prévues à travers le continent africain et au Canada, et j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer qu'Elephant Trade Services RDC continuera à soutenir la Chambre en tant que sponsor principal en 2025. Permettez-moi à présent de vous partager brièvement l'histoire de mon entreprise. Fondée en 2014 sous le nom inspiré par mon épouse, ayant comme employé elle et moi, Elephant Trade Services RDC a démarré modestement. Aujourd'hui, nous nous positionnons comme un partenaire clé dans le domaine de l'électricité et de l'automation pour de grands projets miniers en RDC et des centaines de familles bénéficient de cette œuvre. À titre d'illustration de notre impact, à la rentrée scolaire de cette année, nous avons accompagné tous les enfants de nos employés à l'école en leur octroyant des fournitures scolaires nécessaires. En parallèle, en tant que président du club des sous-traitants locaux, je m'engage à soutenir les entrepreneurs congolais afin qu'ils puissent saisir les opportunités offertes par notre pays. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique est l'avenir et la RDC en est le cœur battant. Ensemble, poursuivons ce chemin de collaboration pour exploiter pleinement nos richesses et concrétiser nos ambitions partagées. Je remercie chaleureusement la Chambre de commerce Canada-Afrique et chacun de vous pour votre soutien et votre engagement. Ensemble, faisons de l'avenir de l'Afrique et du Canada une réalité prospère. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, and what an honor to announce that Africa Accelerating 2025 will take place in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and to make that announcement in the presence of the Prime Minister. We look forward to seeing each one of you there, and dates and other details regarding that November program next year will be communicated. Your Excellency Cecil Chinenere, I have to just warmly welcome you, fresh in from Harare. Thank you for coming. Our conference last year in Zimbabwe is one that serves as a template for so many other programs. And of course, you're going to hear a little bit about Namibia in a moment. So Neil Reeder is our keynote speaker who will take the floor. Neil is an experienced individual who brings both that private sector knowledge and government background and insight. For 35 years, Neil served in the government of Canada, advancing this country's foreign policy and trade. Various diplomatic postings, Neil, I know, took you all across the world. Your most recent posting before joining B2Gold, of course, being in the Philippines. Mr. Reeder has various degrees and qualifications, all from institutions here in Canada, speaks multiple languages, and really is going to share with us today some of the incredible work of B2Gold as a proudly Canadian company partnered on the African continent. That work includes Namibia, Mali, and of course, a range of other initiatives that go with what it is to truly develop Canada-Africa trade and investment templates for success. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Neil Reeder, but because we've had so many join, for those who are at the back, please make your way to the front. There are seats here, especially to my right, your left, because the presentation is going to be displaying some key insights. Neil Reeder, the floor is yours, Vice President of B2Gold and a sponsor, long-standing sponsor of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that if you can see that from the back, please remain. But if you want to fill up this side too, it's easier to see. It's quite a visual presentation. Moi, j'allais dire aussi que la présentation est en anglais, mais je suis très content de vous répondre en français s'il y a des questions. Today, I just want to, before I start, I want to say a very warm word of appreciation to Gareth, Paula, and the whole Canada-Africa Business Council team. These are remarkable people. They're doing remarkable work, pro bono, much of it, and it is very impressive to see the range of activities and the dedication that they bring to advancing Canada-Africa trade and investment. We deal a lot in our business with business associations, both in Canada and around the world, and no one has the intensity, the vigor, and the determination of this group. So why don't we all give them an applause? So I'm going to take you through sort of the world according to B2Gold, but a particular focus on socioeconomic projects, environmental sustainability. We have a reputation as a green miner, one of the leading miners in the world in terms of applying solar power solutions at our operations, including in Africa. So I think you'll enjoy it. Next slide. This is a statement just keeps the lawyers happy. It basically says in a lot of words that there may be forward-looking changes in what I'm about to say, and they may be subject to forward-looking statements that may be subject to change. Next slide. So this is sort of a snapshot of B2Gold in the world. We have, first of all, our headquarters in Vancouver. We have 200 staff in Vancouver, over 6,000 employees abroad. 2 operating mines in Africa, which will be the focus of my comments today. The Fekola mine, which is in southwestern Mali, along the border with Senegal. We can see Senegal from our geological camp, so we're right at the border. The second mine in Africa is the Otjikoto mine in Namibia. Our third producing mine is on the far right in Masbate in the central Philippines. And we have an interesting project developing in Colombia, the Gramalote project, which could be a future mine. The big development, of course, for B2Gold is in the upper left, you'll see the Goose Project. This is in Nunavut. This is in the western part of Nunavut territory. If you were sitting in Saskatoon and you flew 1,900 kilometers north, you would arrive at our mine site. Gives you an idea of the size of our country and the extreme isolation of this region. For our African friends, you'll also be pleased to note that we have opened an exploration office in Côte d'Ivoire. I was in Abidjan about a month ago. We'll take part in the Abidjan Mining Congress, which is taking place in a week or so. Very pleased to be there. We also have exploration ongoing in Finland. And in Canada, as we came home with the Goose Project, we have now acquired 2 equity positions in exploration projects in the Yukon and a second one in Western Newfoundland, which have the potential as well to be future gold mines. By the way, we are a gold producer, all gold, all the time. This, again, I'm not going to give you many mining slides, but it's not a mining audience, but just to give you an idea here of our total production next year, 71% of the gold production will be from Africa. So 54% from Mali and 17% from Namibia. Next slide. So this is just highlighting the Fekola mine in Mali. As you can see on the map, it's in the very southwestern corner of the country, very close to the borders with Guinea and close to the borders with Senegal. This is a partnership with the government of Mali. Mali is a 20% partner with B2Gold in this project. This is under the 2012 mining code. As you may know, Mali has now enacted a new mining code 2023. So any further investments by B2Gold in the country will be subject to that code, which increases the state ownership to 30% plus 5% for a local Malian partner. You know, from the press and from developments internationally, you'll have seen references to the situation in Mali with the mining sector. We've been very happy with that country generally. We've had miners have been there successfully 30 to 40 years, and we are very comfortable with going forward. This is the second largest gold mine in Mali after Barrick. Next slide. Otjikoto, a quick snapshot. In Namibia, you're seeing the open pit mine. We are also doing underground production in Namibia, which has been an excellent destination for us. We love Namibia. Our CEO likes to say, if we can build another mine there, we will. The best place to build the mine is where you've already built the mine, and it's a free-flowing democracy coming up with elections in November. Very good business environment. We have a 98% ownership, and our Namibian partner is a Black Empowerment Corporation, EVI, who've been with us from the beginning, and we're very, very happy with that investment. Next slide. I'm just turning here to give you a quick look at what we're doing in Nunavut, because I'm going to start drawing parallels between best practices in sustainable mining in Africa and what we're bringing to Canada. Best practices, economically speaking, ESG terms, opportunities for folks to take on a mining career. I think we've been very successful, and now we're excited because we're back in Canada for the first time. A very quick snapshot of Nunavut. It's hard to contemplate. It's a territory that is 3 times the size of France, twice the size of Texas, and it has 40,000 people. The capital has 4,000 people. It does not have a traffic light. So we're talking one of the least populated areas of the world, right across the top of Canada. It also is the first self-governing Indigenous territory in the world and recently celebrated its 25th anniversary. This project is very exciting. We're building the mine right now. First pour will be in June of next year, full gold production in the fall of next year. We are actively seeking to hire, train, develop Inuit employees, again, in a culture that's traditionally hunting, fishing, trapping. Young men and women aren't used to working shift work. They're not used to working in mines on a construction project. There is a challenge for the employer, but we're very excited to give them every opportunity we can. We have a current, on the right, you'll see that map. That's an 80-kilometer belt of prospective gold property that we have as part of the agreement with the Kitikmeot Inuit Association, which governs Western Nunavut. It is very gold prospective, and we believe we could be mining gold in Nunavut for the next 30 years. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So I'm just going to give you a couple slides here. It gives an idea for our visitors from Africa of the terrain we're looking at. Obviously, tundra, this is in terms of the season, this is in the fall. We're now in the construction of the plant. The ball mill is under construction, so we're now moving towards production next year. This is a very flat terrain, frozen, and most of the year, and a lot of water. Despite what we think, Nunavut has 17% of the entire water in Canada. Next slide. And just to throw this in, this is a look at the winter ice road. So all of this is, to make it clear, there is no power up there. There are no roads. There's no infrastructure. The closest community is 400 kilometers away, Cambridge Bay, which has 400 people. There is nothing. So your power is generated through generators. And we go with the 11 vessels per year, transit from the St. Lawrence, from Montreal, out of the St. Lawrence, up through the Arctic and down to our marine landing area. And then we transport everything used, all the equipment for the mine is transported from the marine area 160 kilometers on this ice road. These roads are built, they go over the tundra and they go over the lakes. And we cannot put the heavy trucks on the lakes until the ice is 90 centimeters thick. So you can see the challenges, and that means that there's like a 6-week window in the new year, usually starting late February, when the ice is thick enough on the lakes to allow the trucks to come through with all this heavy equipment. So it's a huge logistical challenge, but one that we are very successful with. 123,000 cubic meters of cargo this past winter were shipped. 84 million liters of diesel fuel. So it's a staggering project and a very exciting one. We'll come back to Goose a bit more. So I want to turn on the next slide to talk a little bit more about responsible mining and some of the work that we're doing. This is kind of outlining B2Gold's approach. When we engage with governments and communities, there's 4 core values: fairness, accountability, respect, and transparency. Those are our values, whether that takes place in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, or in Canada's north. We believe very strongly in ensuring that we give every opportunity to local communities to benefit and learn from this investment and share the benefit of the investment with the host government. We also project Canadian values as a Canadian miner. We project those values wherever we operate, and those are the values that we will bring back to Nunavut. These photos here are our employee on the right, and then in the lower left is an agricultural projects in Mali that we are supporting with the community. This is meant to give you a look at our people. The lady on the right is one of our geologists in Mali at the Fekola mine, looking at a core sample which shows you drilling results from one of our drilling campaigns in Mali. Again, a large and very diverse workforce. You'll see on EDI still challenges on gender. The mining sector traditionally has been a male-dominated employer. We're trying to change that. whether it's in Canada or elsewhere. I would say in the Philippines, for example, 50% of our employees are women. Globally, it's more of a challenge, particularly in Mali. We run into some cultural, religious issues that impede women taking up opportunities at the mine site. Next slide. This is an important one because people talk about what is the gain for these countries from the investment. Here you're looking at economic impacts both in Mali and in Namibia. Payments to governments in Mali last year, $300 million US. We were told in Mali that between Barrick Gold and B2 Gold, our taxes paid comprise about 20% of the budget of the country, and that we pay for the salaries of the entire civil service. So it gives you an idea of the benefit and the tangible impact. Employee wages and benefits, 82 million. I mean, less so in the case of Namibia because it's a smaller project, but again, this is really what we can do. These impacts are real, they're tangible, and they're long-standing. And that includes community investments as well as payments to government and to employees. Next slide. So how do we bring this back to Nunavut? So the focus in Nunavut is to bring the same economic benefit and impact to Canada's north as we have done in Africa. As a Canadian miner, if we can succeed in Africa, we can succeed in Canada. Very different challenges. Here you can see some of our staff. This includes Inuit staff hired in Nunavut who are now working. That behind is the first pit. We're cleaning out that pit. The ore will then be processed to develop gold, and that will become a tailings facility. Mining is very important in Nunavut. In the territory, it comprises 50% of the GDP. Nunavut is not a wealthy territory in that respect. They have many challenges socioeconomic, some of the weakest socioeconomic indicators in Canada, but we're trying to generate opportunity and growth and encourage young people to take mining on as a career. So you can see those numbers there. They are quite significant in terms of taxes, but also procurement. This is very important in all countries where we operate. Buy as much as you can locally. 60+% of our procurement is done in country in Africa, for example, unless it's specialized mining equipment that we cannot buy locally. In the case of Nunavut, you can see it's already made a very important impact. Next slide. Equity and diversity, we touched on this. 14% of our staff globally are women. 25% of senior positions across our company are held by women. Are we satisfied with that? No. We've got more to do, but as you can see, in Mali, we're trying to create an enabling environment that facilitates hiring and retention of female employees. Next slide. Just on ESG, I just want to put this slide up just to sort of highlight some of the best practices that we follow on climate risk and also water and tailings management. On the right side, this is a very important point. We believe that B2 Gold is the leading green miner in terms of adopting solar power solutions in Africa. So 20% of our entire power needs at the two mines in Africa are met by solar. West Africa and Namibia, coincidentally, have the highest rates of irradiation on the African continent. So we are perfectly placed to benefit from that. And you can see on the photo on the right, those panels, that's at the solar facility at our mine in Bamako, in Fekola. And I'll say that those are also solar panels purchased from Canadian Solar, a Canadian company. Solar is good for mining as an investment because it's good for the environment, but the payoff in terms of reducing your diesel consumption and lowering emissions is remarkable. So you can pay off the cost of a solar investment within 3 or 4 years, and after that, you're reducing your power consumption significantly. In the case of Mali, we're talking about a 60 megawatt solar facility where we will not need our generators powered up during the day. We will run entirely on solar at the mine in Mali. And in Namibia, it's a smaller project, 8 megawatts, and now we've integrated that solar facility into the grid. So we're giving to the grid, we're buying from the grid, and it makes for a much cheaper operating cost. Next slide. Now this is interesting because again, this is bringing best practices from Africa back to Canada. The advantage, of course, in Nunavut is the wind never stops. I don't know if we have seen the wind, but we know that the wind never stops. And especially in the tundra, it is a remarkable environment for potential wind power. So we're very happy. We are the first Canadian miner in Canada's north to have our wind turbine facility approved by the Government of Canada, thanks to the Minister of Northern Affairs. A couple months back, we have the green light. 13 wind turbines. These will provide about 55 megawatt of wind energy, which we will use to assist with our operating the mine. It will reduce our fuel consumption by 50% once running. And we expect this will be up in 2028. It will reduce emissions by 50%. So if you can move off of diesel with solutions like wind and solar, you can have a tremendous saving, but a tremendous positive economic impact, environmental impact. I should say that at first glance, you might say, well, you can't use solar in the north, it's wind only. It's not true. Any of those who grew up in northern parts of the country like I did, from April until for the next 4 months, there's basically no light, no darkness. So you have the potential for solar in this situation where you could have a solar complement, and we're now looking at a solar facility in Nunavut that will take that potential and add that to our power options, because basically in that part of the world, there's no light, as we're above the Arctic Circle, of course. So that offers great potential as well. Next slide. I also want to highlight biodiversity, and you can see in this presentation biodiversity best practices that go from the Philippines all the way across to the Goose Project. Philippines, I'm very proud of that. We've done tremendous work in the bay outside of our mine at Masbate, which was decimated by illegal dynamite fishing. They destroyed the coastline, they destroyed the coral reefs. We're now rebuilding the coral reefs with these reef balls, and we're seeing, for example, turtles coming back that were endangered species. We're seeing a whole regrowth in the coral. At the Fekola, our focus has been on the West African chimpanzee. This is a species at risk, and it's amplified by illegal mining that takes place in and around our mine site. We push illegal mining out constantly, but it is a major challenge for all miners in Mali and in West Africa. And there, of course, with that community, there's no respect for wildlife. There's the use of mercury, there's contamination, and various issues that come forward. And these chimpanzees happen to be in one of the ASM areas. So we're actually developing a program to save them. And we've also done something very innovative. A new haul road, 20 kilometers long, will bring ore from north of the mine down to the Fekola mill to do processing. And underneath that road, we have built tunnels all through, tunnels of about 10 feet by 10 feet. And these are meant to facilitate transit for the chimpanzees. And guess what? They have found them. And we're now getting on our videos footage of mothers with the babies transiting underneath the road, so there's less risk of getting hit by any of the haul trucks or the villagers' traffic. So we're very proud of that. The Otjikoto mine, when we acquired the mine, we built a 15,000 hectare wildlife reserve. This has been a wonderful facility. And what we've done is we have made it available to Namibian students. So 7,000 students have been bussed in to see this reserve by B2Gold to give them the opportunity to enjoy wildlife in a natural setting. It's a wonderful reserve. And these students, many of them from townships, informal settlements in Namibia, have not been able to go to their own wildlife reserves because of A, the cost of entry, and B, the cost of accommodation. So some of these kids from Windhoek and other smaller communities, this is the first time they've actually seen wildlife up close in their own country. It's amazing. We also have a program called Little School of Physics. We introduce them to science concepts. We also take them for a mine tour to show them what mining is. Been very successful. And finally, and then looking to Canada, the Goose Project, the caribou is central to the life of the Inuit. The caribou provides food, provides clothing. They have every element of the animal is deployed in some fashion by the Inuit. And this is the conservation focus of that community culturally and at the government level. We basically shut everything down when the caribou herds migrate through our area, heading to calving grounds further north in the summer. And we basically shut down all road and mine operations until they've cleared. That's a commitment we made to the Kitikmeot Inuit Association, and that is a project that we feel very deeply about. The Inuit are hunters. They're not conserving the caribou necessarily because they like conservation. They also need the caribou for meat, and they continue to rely on that animal for their living purposes. And finally, we have a nice project there on Arctic char conservation we're working on. I just threw this slide in. This is a very interesting story on the rhino gold bar. Namibia has the last free-roaming black rhino herd in the world. This herd is on the border between Angola and Namibia, and it's very vulnerable to poachers. Poaching has become a big problem in Africa. I won't say, I'm still an old diplomat, I won't say, but certain countries have been associated with poaching in Africa. And this has become a major problem in Namibia because of the small population, huge. There's more wildlife than people in Namibia. And this herd was vulnerable to poaching. So B2 voluntarily commissioned 1,000 ounces of gold from our Otjikoto mine. We gave that gold to the Cape Mint in Cape Town, South Africa, and they created these 1 ounce gold bars. On one side, they have the mountains of Namibia. On the other side, it's a rhino, female rhino with her calf. These gold coins were then marketed to the gold collectors, the gold bugs, the gold aficionados out there, to the Kitco website, which is a big gold site, and we sold them out. They were sold out in a matter of weeks. We raised $1.7 million US through the sale. Today, that would be doubled given the price of gold. And that money is now managed by the Save the Rhino Trust in Namibia, along with the B2Gold and the United States Embassy. I will say the American Embassy is very active in Namibia, more so than our Canadian friends. The funds were used for acquisition of walkie-talkies, patrol vehicles, cell towers, everything that they needed to help protect the herd, and also for community projects, because these are poor communities. And the concern is that the siren call of the poachers is heard most by people who have little. And if they can be bribed to tell people where the rhinos are, then those rhinos are at risk. And we try to bring up the communities, give them more prosperity. Anyway, I'm chatting too long here, aren't I? Next slide. I'm just going to go through, these are some activities we're doing in terms of supporting local communities. My principle is social license cannot be bought, it must be earned. And this is some of the work that we're doing. On the lower left, the Nakiali Private Academy in Namibia, which those are orphan children from the street we brought into a private academy. We saved them from a very uncertain fate. On next slide, on Mali, some of our initiatives here. I want to just mention the first two on the lower left are collaborations of Global Affairs Canada. The first project, FEMA, was conducted under Mr. Harper's government. The second one, the AFEC was undertaken under Mr. Harper's government, and FEMA is more recent, that's under Mr. Trudeau's government. Very good collaboration, and it shows you that miners can work with government effectively. The partner is Cowater, the development consultant that manages that relationship, but we're basically there as a partner and very happy. The next slide, I just want to show this. For this project, B2Gold was awarded the 2021 Sustainability Award from PDAC, the Prospectors Developers Association of Canada. We committed $20 million of our own initiative to relocate 4,000 people who were living too close to the mine site. We built a complete village for them with sanitation, potable water, a solar panel on every roof so that we could give them light any time of the day with a battery. The children can study at night, and these are great benefit for people. In Namibia, next slide, just showing you again some different projects that we're involved with. A big focus on financing small and micro enterprises. We do that across the world, and health, of course, is an important one. Next slide. In Nunavut, these are some of our new Inuit hires on the left, our employees, and on the right, we've got a photo of our CEO on the right, along with the Premier of Nunavut. I think I've got two more here. The next slide. This is just outreach. This is the hiring of Nunavut kids. On the right, these are young people. They've studied concepts of mining. We're going to bring them into the mine, introduce them to working in a mine, working for 3 weeks in, 3 weeks out, flying in. They've never faced any of these concepts. On the left, that's our CSR team that works in the north. And finally, the last slide, a very important one here, is a project for at-risk youth. These are children who have been in and out of jail. Some are in very tenuous situations. We've taken them and we're teaching them how to weld. And these are some of the work that they're doing. And actually, a week ago, they went into the mine on training sessions for the first time they've ever been in a mine, and we're going to hire them, hopefully. I have a 1-minute video, but it depends on Gareth if you are okay. Okay. Sorry, do you want to run that video? This is just to give our African visitors, particularly a view of the north. And this is the project that we're building up the new mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil Reeder. Absolutely fantastic. You know, one of the things that inspires me most is that Neil told me when he was going to do this presentation that he's here to share the success learned on the African continent and bring that back to Canada. So to Mali, to Namibia, but indeed to everyone from the continent, it's an absolute privilege that we can adopt these success stories right here in Canada from those lessons learned. Congratulations, Neil, and congratulations again to everyone involved. Canada is better off for these amazing insights and projects. Truly, truly grateful. Well, we're going to conclude just before we go to our first tea break. And I've got Wendy Harris from Catalyst Plus joining me on stage for a fireside chat. Wendy, please do join me. I'm going to test that our microphones are working. If I could just get some help here on the mics, our volume up. Fantastic. Wendy is somebody that I first met during a previous forum, actually incidentally also focused on the DRC. We had the governor of Lualaba here. And Catalyst Plus is involved in a range of economic initiatives across the continent to learn exactly what it is and how you can get involved and what's on offer. Please join me on stage in the seat and we'll begin the conversation. Wendy. Excellent. So Wendy, Catalyst Plus is an organization you've been at the helm of for several years. Of course, you bring a lot of experience with you. I'm going to just quote the website of the organization and ask you to go into detail on what these incredible programs mean in reality. You're talking about helping people build better lives, both in Canada and across the world. We've seen examples here, both in Canada and across the continent, of what works. And since 1967, this organization has been hard at work. What is your role day-to-day as CEO, and what is some of the key offerings you'd like to share with everyone with us today?
Thank you, Gareth, and hello, everyone. A big part of my role is to raise the profile of what we do. We're an organization that has been operating for more than 55 years in Canada, but we're a little bit of a well-kept secret. So my role is to raise the profile and to share the great work that we do. A lot of the work that we do is powered by Canadians who are experts, who have on average 20, 25 years of experience in the field in which they're going to work with our local partners. And they do so on a volunteer basis. So a big part of my job is to share that we're about sustainable economic development. And how we do that is we focus on the foundation for sustainable economic development and the engine of growth. So what do I mean by that? The foundation is good governance and institutional strengthening. So working with our local partners, whether they're different levels of government, trade associations, chambers of commerce, local civil society, and helping them to improve their ability to fulfill their mandates. So effectiveness, efficiency, sustainability. And then the engine of economic growth is private sector development. So the micro, small, medium-sized enterprises that we all know is the engine of any economy. And so we work with them to stabilize, to scale, to get trade ready, etc.
Yes. And if we could look at specific country markets, are there any particular programs you'd like to flag as an example of this growth in action?
Oh, what a great question. There are so many. So we right now work in East and West Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and as you mentioned, here in Canada with our Indigenous communities. Some markets that I'd like. So Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal are always high growth, lots of opportunity. Kenya, Ethiopia, those are the ones that stand out, and I know I'm going to get myself in trouble in Africa. We also work in others. The other nice thing about our model is that it's flexible. So we can run, and we do run, multi-million-dollar, multi-year, gigantic projects. But we can also deploy quite quickly on a strategic basis if there's a specific piece of work that needs to be done. For example, if a government ministry or a chamber of commerce needs help with a strategic plan, we can have one of our experts go in country, work alongside to help develop that strategic plan.
Brilliant. One of the top opportunities often identified Canada's success and where there could be partnerships is agriculture. Of course, the continent has the world's biggest potential for agriculture, and we have Canadian companies hard at work and keen to partner. Any thoughts or reflections on how we could see some of that partnership and the role that Catalyst Plus could play?
Absolutely. So maybe I'll tell you a few examples to sort of bring it to life. So our work in agriculture spans many of our program countries because it's a driver of economic growth, very important. So it can look like helping form a cooperative, for example, shea butter cooperative, helping them improve product quality, consistency, et cetera, getting them trade ready and supporting them along that journey. It can look like working with the National Association of Bakers in Senegal, working at multiple levels. So working right at sort of the input level, working with them to use more local grains than imported grains, helping the association provide better service to the members, and then multiplying out from there. We also work along the supply chain. So for example, cashew nut is an example.
Brilliant. And Wendy, I know you're a global organization, but I've been incredibly impressed just how responsive you are and your team on any opportunity to connect, working with leaders and companies across Africa. What do you see as some of the areas of potential that perhaps have not yet been covered, that in the next 10 years, when we sit down again and have this conversation, there's some more massive successes in Canada-Africa partnerships through Catalyst Plus?
Well, for us, it all comes down to that foundation of the good governance and the institutional strengthening. And so it's to have that long view that we need to invest early in strengthening those institutions and increasing transparency, accountability, which is important in terms of social and economic inclusion, but it's also really important in terms of creating an environment that's attractive for investment.
And, some of I think it's important, there are challenges everywhere. And here in Canada, you're obviously working. What are some of the challenges in Canada that perhaps are commonalities across both our jurisdictions? And what are some of the lessons learned? I mean, Neil shared what we've been able to learn from African markets. Any thoughts or reflections there that help us apply successes back here in Canada, learning from what's happening across African markets?
Absolutely. So that's one of the wonderful things about working all over the world is the sort of cross-fertilization of ways to address problems and opportunities. So I guess the two things that jump to mind are intercultural capability. So that having, always matching that local expertise with the expertise that we bring from Canada, right? Nothing replaces that local expertise, and in fact, it's integral in order to make an initiative successful, sustainable, appropriate, and that's huge here in Canada as well. The other thing I would say that comes to mind is accompanying, we had the great presentation from B2 Gold, Inuit employees, and it's really important that the support doesn't end when an Inuit or other employee is hired, that accompaniment continues, so they're mentored. It was mentioned that they're not used to doing shift work. There's lots about the culture of working in the private sector that is different, and sort of to set them up for success by having that on-the-job mentorship.
Brilliant. We've got a panel a little later looking at financing, but I wanted to close with the final question on that. Any sort of thoughts on success stories around financing and perhaps any gaps that members and others can start to fill, because many people say that's the final step on the bridge, right?
Absolutely.
To realizing so many projects.
Absolutely. Access to finance is huge. It's a huge barrier, but it's also a huge opportunity. So very often we'll work with our clients to find local sources of financing that may not be obvious or they may not be aware of them, but then also to help them build the capacity to apply successfully for those sources of financing. The other thing we do is work in microfinance. So at multiple levels. So again, at that institutional level, increasing the ability of the microfinance organization to fulfill their mandate effectively, working with the individual entrepreneurs, and then it can go up a level, working at the regulatory level as well.
Absolutely fantastic. Wendy Harris, thank you for being here. Thank you for staying with us. The opportunity to network will commence in just around 2 minutes. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on the work that you're leading at Catalyst Plus.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, as we break, I just wanted to say that the financing aspect has been such a keen area of interest from our members that Deepak Dave, who was behind the risk instruments developed for massive billion-dollar level financing across the continent, is going to be with us on stage. So stay with us for that. We've also got the Government of Canada immediately following our tea break. We've heard from ministerial and prime ministerial leadership, but we've got the privilege of welcoming a moderated presentation by the Director of International, by our Government Director, Carolyn Delaney, who's Director General for Southern and Eastern Africa and Central Africa here in the government, at the Government of Canada. So that panel begins at 11 o'clock, and then at 11:45, we're going to be discussing some of the private sector involvement and work, followed by our luncheon, and then the remainder of the program leading us into the afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for the first few hours, and a very big thank you to all of those joining us and watching virtually. For those who couldn't make it, we look forward to seeing you at the next Africa Accelerating. Mark your calendars soon, because after this week, all roads lead to Kinshasa. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat. It's my distinct pleasure to commence our next session, the first panel of day one of our 3-day program right here in Ottawa before we head off to Toronto. It's a great honor to welcome the Government of Canada's moderator, leader as Director General, Carolyn Delaney, who heads up Southern, Eastern, and Central Africa at the Bureau, joined by the invitees for this particular panel. And I want to thank Global Affairs for the title, Impact, Opportunities for Driven Collaboration. Caroline Mars is on the panel as Director for International Partnerships at Colleges and Institutes Canada. Sam Landon, who I just met, Senior Director of Programs at WUSC, and Audra Renyi, Founder and CEO of Ear Access. I invite Carolyn Delaney, Director General, to kindly come up on stage, introduce your panelists, and commence the official Global Affairs session here at Africa Accelerating 2024. Carolyn Delaney, welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is a real pleasure to be here with you today, 2 weeks after we hosted the first Trade Development Marketplace event at Global Affairs. We've got 3 panelists here today to talk a little bit about that event and how development and trade commercial actors can work together on the African continent. So a real opportunity, I think, to build on what we discussed 2 weeks ago and all of the momentum that you've heard about this morning from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Congo, of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, as well as our own Minister Hussein. So let me introduce then our speakers today. First of all, I'll introduce Sam Landon. Sam is the Senior Director of Programs at World University Service of Canada, where he oversees the organization's program design, technical and management teams. With over 30 years of applied international development experience in both the public and nonprofit sectors, Sam brings a focus on sustainability, scale, and impact to the design and management of WUSC's collaborative development programs in skills for employment, entrepreneurship, education, and refugee inclusion. Sam, please join us on the stage. I asked the next speaker how to pronounce her name. It was very easy. It's the same as mine. Caroline Mars is the Director of Programs and Partnership at Colleges and Institutes Canada, where she oversees workforce development programs in Africa and in the Caribbean. Prior to joining CCAN, Caroline worked in the humanitarian assistance and international development for organizations such as Save the Children, CARE, Oxfam, and UNICEF. Caroline holds a Master's of Science, International Rural Planning and Development from the University of Guelph and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from McGill University. Caroline, please join us on stage. And last but not least, Audra Renyi has over 12 years of experience as an entrepreneur in the hearing loss sector as Executive Director of Worldwide Hearing and founder of Ear Access Incorporated. Prior to Ear Access, she worked as an investment banker on Wall Street and for nonprofits such as Doctors Without Borders and One Acre Fund in Rwanda, Kenya, and Chad. Audra has won multiple innovation awards for her impact in the field of hearing loss, including the Governor General of Canada's Innovation Award and the WHO World Health Assembly Heroine of Health Award. Welcome. So as I mentioned, about 2 weeks ago, on November the 4th, the panelists here joined me and over 100 other participants from both development field and the commercial and business environment for a conversation at Global Affairs where we talked about opportunities and challenges for greater collaboration between the private sector and development stakeholders to improve development outcomes and build commercial opportunities. There were a number of interesting examples highlighted over the course of the day. Technology platforms connecting African makers to North American markets, investors working with development and education partners to invest in skills training alongside their investments in innovative commercial approaches to biodiversity, as well as social emotional learning for children, access to healthcare, et cetera, and much more. I'm going to start then with my first question for the panelists. I'm going to start from left to right in terms of making sure you're ready to go. How can development outcomes be improved when we involve Canadian and African businesses in the creation and implementation of projects? Are there examples where this collaboration is particularly important? Audra, do you mind starting us off?
Sure. Hi, everyone. So I think the answer to that question has a lot to do with market gaps. So I'll speak very concretely a little bit about what we do. So we provide affordable hearing aids and services, and the issue is huge. It's 1.5 billion people with hearing loss, only 14 million hearing aids sold worldwide, and so fewer than 1% have access. Hearing aids cost $2,000. I've seen hearing aids retail for 3,000 British pounds in Nairobi. Yet they cost as little as $50 to manufacture. So those markups are happening at the retail level, and there's all kinds of industry dynamics. And so what we do, we have both a for-profit and a non-profit addressing different aspects of this market gap. And ultimately, I started the for-profit to have a lasting, sustainable change, impact on people's lives. And that's where the collaboration between private sector and development becomes really important. So, when you're working, for example, on this kind of development issue, on one hand, you want to make it financially sustainable, and that's where you have to bring in private capital. And on the other hand, you also want to really make sure that you're having the impact you set out to do, and that's where monitoring, evaluation, and some of the more traditional things we find in the development sector come into play. So what we have found is creating these linkages, for example, through working with both the private sector, governments, nonprofits. That's where the magic happens in terms of innovation. And in terms of working with local partners. Ultimately, the best innovations come from local partners. And so, yes, as a Canadian company, we come and we help with bring innovation and new perspective. But a lot of the local companies are the ones that bring in the local expertise, and help with that co-creation of the innovations and the solutions, which allow us to bring, for example, hearing aids at over 90% less than the typical cost on the market, training people on the ground using innovative mobile technologies to do so. So those are some of the ways in which combining this collaboration between development and trade and development and private sector can really ultimately address a market gap. And do so in a profitable way as a business.
Caroline.
So I'm Caroline from Colleges and Institutes Canada. So our unique, value proposition in the development space is that we work with partners to strengthen TVET systems and institutions in the countries where we work. So currently, I'm overseeing programs in the Caribbean, Kenya, Tanzania, and South Africa. We have programs elsewhere as well. Hello, hello. Is that better? Okay, sorry. Yours was so far, so okay. I won't start again, I think. No, okay. And so in terms of this discussion, when you're building strong TVET, so technical and vocational education and training institutions, so in Canada we call them colleges and other places too, but TVET institutions, arguably the most important dimension is actually industry engagement. Why? Because, of course, I don't need to tell you, but if we're going to be training students in TVET institutions, they're not there to, they are there to learn theory, but ultimately they're there to learn practical skills that will take them into the labor market, whether actually as employees, but also as entrepreneurs. And just a parenthesis about that, we can talk about a bit later why that's important. So the industry engagement piece is absolutely critical. So for us at CICAN, we say when it comes to industry engagement, you have to engage early and often. It has to be continuous. It has to be meaningful to industry, to the employers that we want to bring on board. They have to see what's in it for them. If I take the example of Canada, when the college system started, roughly mid-century, last century, that industry engagement wasn't there right from the start either. It was something that was built over time, and that's what we're seeing that's what's happening in the places where we work. So they need to understand what's in it for them. When it works, it's really beautiful. It's really terrific because what you get is benefits on at least 3 levels. So for the students, and coming back to that parenthesis, young people, I don't have to tell you, there's a lot of young people. They need skills. Not all of them will be able to be absorbed by the public sector. Not all of them will be able to be absorbed by employment either. So entrepreneurship is extremely important for places like Kenya and Tanzania and other places where we work. So students get a benefit. Why? Because now that industry is engaged, their courses, what they're learning is much more related to what industry really needs. So if we're training them on things that industry doesn't need or care about, that doesn't work for students. For industry, it's also obviously very beneficial. There's for a company to be successful, again, I don't have to tell you this, but you need lots of things, but a skilled workforce is one of them. If you can't rely on that TVET institution to produce graduates with the skills that your company needs, you're going to have trouble in your own growth. And obviously for the country itself, better economic growth, students, youth employment, youth entrepreneurship, these are very important objectives to the countries where we work. So I have some examples, but I don't want to take too long, so I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. I noticed the moderator first introduced us WUSC, which I like being introduced that way because, first of all, people have trouble pronouncing WUSC. And also when we spell it out, it's World University Service of Canada, which is in fact a bit of an anachronism. We started 60 years ago, actually even longer ago, from the university sector in Canada, but we are now no longer a university nor representing universities, but we do have an extensive network of local committees of students and faculty across the university system in Canada, which we draw on for our work. Just a little bit about WUSC. We are a broad-based Canadian international development NGO. We work in West Africa, East Africa, Middle East, Caribbean, and in Asia. Most of our programming is similar to CICAN, but with a bit of a different approach in youth economic opportunity and youth employment. A big part of our work is TVET and skills development, and that transition to jobs and employment, and engaging the private sector in that transition. And I don't think I need to repeat what Carolyn has very articulately stated. We also look in the space, and you also mentioned this, is building entrepreneurial ecosystems for youth employment or youth self-employment. I think the minister and I think a number of other speakers have talked about the large workforce that is coming in Africa. I mean, it's already a huge workforce, a young workforce, and not enough jobs. And so it's really important that we support the private sector to generate the jobs in Africa to take up the employment needs of those groups. One of the other areas that we work in also is refugee inclusion. And so through this network of university partners, we have a student refugee program which allows refugees from around the world to come to Canada, get permanent residency with the support of these local committees. More recently, we've been working with the IRCC on programs to integrate refugees for labor mobility pathways, so supporting the needs of Canadian employers. And this is a pilot program. It's called the Economic Mobility Pilot Project. We've been working in Vancouver in the hospitality sector, not in Vancouver, in BC, in the hospitality sector, providing this support and training needed for refugees to take on work in the Canadian sector. I think there's great opportunities, as we are also doing this in the countries that we're operating, hosting countries, is to combine that work of skilling for employment so that we're serving both our African employer partners as well as Canadian partners. So I think there's a great opportunity there for greater private sector working together. You know, one of the other things we do is kind of just brokering private sector partnerships. So we have a large network of partners that we work with in Africa and across Africa. We have a volunteer cooperation program that brings Canadians, often from the private sector, working with counterparts in Africa. We have examples of, you know, for instance, in Malawi, where the Malawi Tea Growers Association, we provided support to the Malawi Tea Growers Association. We brought them to Canada. They made linkages with the Canadian Herbals and Tea Association and looked for access to markets and also for Canadian suppliers to buyers to get a supply. So there's examples of where we've kind of brokered those relationships. And we can do that because we have one foot and we have representation in the countries that we work in and good relationships and good partnerships, as well as in Canada. I mentioned about building entrepreneurial ecosystems, and I think this is an area where our work is really looking at building the local entrepreneurship ecosystem and the institutions and the ecosystem actors that help to expand the capacity of that ecosystem. So entrepreneurship support organizations, so incubators, accelerators, business development service providers. We also look at impact investors and supporting small entrepreneurs to be investment ready. And I think there's great opportunity for Canadian impact investors, local impact investors, and international impact investors to engage in these emerging markets. I don't know the exact figures, but if you talk to somebody and say of global finance, I think only 1% of global finance is being invested in Africa. And there's a huge opportunity to increase this. Just two quickly, two other areas. I know I'm going on a bit long here. One of the areas we've also worked in where we've been linking both Canadian and local or African private sector is in the natural resource management extractive sector. So we heard from B2Gold. Development actors like WUSC and other development sector players can play an important role in playing an intermediary in that relationship, that challenging relationship often between communities, governments, and extractive sector industry. And we often have that role of being able to mediate with government, mediate with communities, and then help build capacity within communities to use the benefits that are coming from the mining revenues. So we've had a program in West Africa where the new mining laws allowed for revenue sharing and revenues coming to local communities, but they were not ready to deploy those revenues. And so we supported with economic development planning and investing in productive sectors. Or I think we also heard from the mining executive about supporting local content and local procurement. So building the capacity of local entrepreneurs to be ready to be providers of services. I guess lastly, I would just say is leveraging the diaspora here in Canada to engage in development programming in Africa, either as investors or building the capacity as angel investors, or building capacity of African entrepreneurs that we're working with. We have an example I have is from Sri Lanka, but we've been working with DMZ, which is an incubator at the Toronto Metropolitan University, and working with Sri Lankan diaspora to come in as angel investors and support some of the entrepreneurship support organizations in Sri Lanka. And I think there's great opportunity to do that in Africa as well. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you. Before we go on to the next question, Carolyn, you mentioned that you have some additional examples. And I think you were saying around the link to how to make that connection between the training that's being offered and what the needs are with regards to the market. I'm going to ask you to expand on that. And then Audra, I'm also going to ask you to expand on the financing question, because one of the things that struck me the most out of the event on December the 4th was listening to private sector in particular talk about how they think about different forms of financing. Sam, you touched on how little of the international investment in the world goes to the African continent. And we also hear from Canadian business as well as from governments on the continent that one of the challenges to Canadian investment on the continent is around this question of financing for ideas and projects and things like that. So Audra, I think that'll be interesting to hear from you a little bit as a woman that works both in the for-profit and non-profit sector about how you think about financing in your area. I'm going to first turn to Caroline for those additional examples from CCAN.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so back to industry engagement for me. And like I said before, in the I stress it a lot because especially, I shouldn't say especially, but in Kenya, we are seeing that the Kenyan Ministry of Education, TVET State Agency, and other actors, they are moving at lightning speed. You know, they are really, really apprised of this issue and really wanting to, you know, do as well and as quickly as possible, because they're very aware of obviously of the issue of both youth unemployment and also economic growth. And, you know, we try, obviously we're accompanying them and we're very happy to move as quickly as they want to. But going back to the Canadian example again, at the very beginning and for many years, you know, industry engagement was not something that just, you know, was instinctual or that just, you know, fell from the sky. It really, really took a long time to develop, and it is a continuous process as well. You know, there's lots more that our Canadian colleges say that they'd like to see in terms of industry engagement in Canada. So I mention that because when we started in Kenya, in CICAN, I mean in 2016, industry advisory councils were not such a big thing there, if at all, which was something that, again, over many, many years was something that had been developed in the Canadian space. So really wasn't much going on. And as part of our programming, we worked with the colleges to help them develop those links with industry. And I just had some stats I'm happy to report. So we have in our programs alone, and it goes beyond that for Kenya as a whole, but in our programs alone, there's 53 industry advisory committees. And there's 539, over 500 companies now are in these committees and working together. And what do? They do, there's a range also of engagement, right? So often, you know, and I can understand a TVET institution will think money, resources, we need cash, we need equipment is a big one. And that happens, of course, but there's different ways to build the relationship, right? So, you know, maybe have somebody from the company come and give a guest lecture, or invite students and instructors to the company so they can see what's going on. There's a real range of things there. So that process is developing in all the places where we're working. In Kenya, just this year, they've announced a new directorate for industry engagement in the TVET State Department. So just to show that things are really evolving. And some of the examples are, you know, there's tons of them, but just a couple. Again, I'm focusing on Kenya, but I have others, but I won't go on and on. So for example, through this engagement, there's a company called Georgie Motors, and so they are now partnered with Wiru National Polytechnic, and they helped the Polytechnic build a new garage. So, we've been helping with equipment and stuff. And so it's sort of this, multi-partner partnership, people sort of all pitching in as well they could. And this garage actually contributed to the Polytechnic to build a garage so that their students can have and instructors can have a space to work in. Also, Rift Valley National Polytechnic, for example, has a nice partnership now with, sorry, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Kimusian Farms. And the farm similarly invites instructors and the students to come and spend some time on the farm to see, the latest technologies that Kimusian's working with and so on. These are small, they sound small one-on-one, but when you add them all together in the range of kind of partnerships, it is really a strong foundation that we see. It's just growing and growing in Kenya and in the other places where we're working. Thanks.
Audra. So maybe to answer the financing question. So if you think about funding, it's like a continuum, right? On one end, you have, for-profit investors that want 10x returns within 3 years, like Silicon Valley type returns. On the other end of the spectrum, you have grant funders that just give money away, right? And so when we've been raising funds for basically an organization looking to solve a market gap, what was very clear to us from day one is that what we needed was patient capital. Because if we took the Silicon Valley type of investment, we would do what everybody else does, which is go to the US and sell expensive hearing aids, because that's where the market is right now. But what we saw as an opportunity in the emerging market world, and where there was really a lack of access to hearing aids, to do things differently. But for that, you needed patient capital. And so that's where, for example, in our case, we got funding from Grand Challenges Canada, which is actually indirectly funded by Global Affairs Canada, which gave us that kind of patient capital, loan-based, but sort of more flexible capital to innovate, try new things, sometimes fail, but keep trying and going back to the drawing board until we crack the model of the distribution of how do you get these hearing aids to the countries in which we work. And as you go along that spectrum, the more you're generating revenue, the more you start going towards more traditional investors. And that tends to be the way people get funded. But there's also, I would mention an example in what we do is, so we serve both adults and children. But children under 5 is a very underserved area. Why? Because the equipment is exponentially more expensive. It's way more complicated to reach these kids at an early development years, but yet the impact on the development of a child and on a child's life is night and day. If you can get that child early, their life is going to change for the better if they get access to the hearing they need. And so for that kind of funding, that's where maybe even later on in your journey as a for-profit, grant-like capital might make more sense. Again, patient capital that allows you to find the revenue-generating model, which in our case, for example, has been partnering with government. So, for example, we will provide a hearing screening for free, but then the government pays for the hearing aids. And that's kind of a win-win partnership with kind of public-private sector. So certainly a need for organization like ours, but a lot of businesses, a lot of entrepreneurs, they're starting businesses in Africa or in Canada or on the African continent, is access to capital. And knowing, you spend so much of your time trying to figure out where the right kind of capital is for your business. And I actually think that that's where the government of Canada can help sometimes, is just connecting the dots and clarifying where the kind of capital is for your needs at a given time. And so this is definitely something we think a lot about, including, the whole impact investor space, which really means nothing in the sense that I've met impact investors that are looking for very traditional returns and really very limited reporting on impact. And impact investors who've told me they're just, if they get their money back or if they don't get any money back, they're happy as long as there's been some development. So I think we were talking a little bit earlier about language and understanding the language of different investors who use different terminologies to mean different things. So again, this is where translating from even between different types of investors, the language you're using, whether they're more on the impact side or more on the traditional investment side, is really important to ultimately really understand, have an alignment between the investor, the organization looking for investment, and what the outcome of all this is supposed to be. is it supposed to be, maximizing returns? Is it about maximizing development outcomes, impact on people's lives? Or is it a balance of both? And how do you do that? So those are the really honest conversations that need to happen between organizations and investors, and kind of those linkages to be able to have those conversations.
Great, thank you. Audra has also very helpfully segued, helping me segue into the next question, which is in relation to the role of the Government of Canada. We heard from Honourable Minister Hussein this morning about the announcement that was made at the high-level dialogue with the African Union Commission on a new program called the Trade Development Nexus Program at Global Affairs. So this is a perfect opportunity because it's brand new, it's in the design phase, to influence how the Government of Canada thinks about supporting that trade dev nexus. Audra spoke about the importance of terminology, and even basic terminology if you're talking to a commercial enterprise versus a development NGO. A country might be a market if you're a commercial enterprise. It'll be a partner if you're a development enterprise. So there's definitely a lot of gaps to bridge. And Audra started to help us out there a little bit in terms of what that role might be with regards to the Government of Canada. So this time I'm going to start on the other side of the podium and ask the question: what are the ways in which the Government of Canada can support these new models of working together to bridge to achieve both commercial objectives and development objectives? And what support do you need from us to make those collaborations a norm rather than an exception? Start with you, Sam.
Thanks, Carolyn. Well, I would be remiss as an NGO partner that partners with Global Affairs Canada not to say quicker approval times, but I'll get that out of the way right from the start. I think, and I'll talk from a development partner's perspective because that's the perspective I can bring here. I think ensuring that from the trade and economic growth side and the development side is seeing the value and sustainability of building markets and building capacity of actors within those markets in Africa, and that programming that targets that is valuable and can lead to both social and economic outcomes for our target groups. I think also needing to work at a systems level or a systems change, systems transformation level, rather than focusing purely on sort of reach and numbers in terms of what your outcome is. So what is the change in behavior of institutional actors, and what kind of programming can you do to help change the behavior of actors? I don't think, I think there's some concern, particularly from the development perspective, is supporting the private sector in the social space, in education and health. And there's lots of opportunities to work with the private sector to achieve good health outcomes. We don't only have to be working with civil society or government in those spaces. I think also recognizing that although maybe our target groups are working with the most vulnerable and most marginalized, that actually our interventions aren't necessarily need to be working with the most marginalized. That the interventions of building market systems that are more inclusive and serving youth, women, other disadvantaged groups, you can have those outcomes, but not having to work precisely through them. And then I guess the last thing is think like businesses, and this is for us as development actors, but also as Global Affairs Canada, as a funder and a supporter. Provide more flex on processes, on procurement, allow us to make quick decisions, adapt, leave more flex with programming, so that when the programming context changes, we can change quickly with it to support the actors in that space.
Thank you. Caroline.
Sure. Those are all great points. I hope I don't repeat any of them, but I think first of all, and I should have started my interventions earlier by thanking Global Affairs for inviting me and us, and for, I think, convening being here at this forum, convening the one that was held a couple of weeks ago. So in terms of what Government of Canada could do, I think that's the convening us, connecting us, I think is something I don't need to tell you. I think you know. In terms also of Government of Canada, I think data is important in terms of being able to demonstrate, the link between, preaching from my own organization, but the link between skills development and economic growth, for example, in order to yeah, I think people get it, but on the same time, not everybody does. And I think showing that that the development outcomes and the economic outcomes are there when we have more of that collaboration between development partners and private sector. Are there new models that can be built, for example, in the development programming space? That would give more options, for example, for being able to work with the private sector. So if I'll take one example, I was mentioning earlier about industry engagement in Kenya. In the example at Weru, Georgie Motors is not a huge industry. It's an SME. It's tough for an SME to. They don't have the resources either, right, to be able to, offer a work placement necessarily, or to have one of their, somebody from their staff, do some training at a college. So, but it can be tough to, through our current mechanisms, to provide funding for that kind of thing. So just like, are there different models that maybe we can explore, that the government of Canada can explore as you're looking at that nexus more deeply, as you are certainly. Thank you.
Audra.
Yeah, I would add to that. As a business that's been entering new markets, certainly one of the things that's been very helpful that Global Affairs offers is trade missions. So you're trying to figure out very quickly your due diligence on a country. Is this a fit or not for our programs? Who can I connect with? How can I partner with someone? And so the commissioners and the commissioner offices really help businesses like ours connect to local partners, have those discussions. They also organize trade missions to certain countries. So we've participated in at least one of those, and it was very helpful. And so that's definitely something on the trade side that's been very helpful, though the connections tend to be more to commercial entities and not to the development side. But I think maybe having more of those connections also to the development actors in the country would be helpful. And then, one of the things I think a lot about is when you're doing, so the return on investment for on the private sector is financial. The return on investment in the development side is impact. And so increasingly we're going towards how do we measure that impact to ensure that it's not necessarily numbers, but in terms of quality of impact. How do you do that in the development sector? You do that with randomized controlled trials, which is the gold standard for really proving that you did what you said you were going to do with the grant money. The problem with those RCTs, or randomized controlled trials, is that they're very expensive. They can cost $250,000, $500,000 if you're doing them, on a broad scale, and there's not very many people funding them. So it's an interesting conundrum sometimes as a for-profit being asked to prove that the outcomes are what they are, to be asked then to do the research, which is a long-term endeavor, and not always aligned with the fast pace of a startup or a company getting going. So these are the kind of conundrums sometimes you have to sort of navigate between development when you're doing both kind of, you're selling product and services, but in that process, you're also wanting to have long-term outcome. And development agencies think long-term. They think about what's going to be the long-term impact on that person's life. Businesses are like, what are my sales going to be like next quarter? Because they have to be better than the quarter before or whatever. So sometimes there's a misalignment on the timing side, and having the government of Canada kind of either, whether it's providing funding or connecting to the sources of support that can help kind of bridge these two worlds so that they can work together. That's something I think about a lot as we think about how do we do both? How do we both have that long-term impact and also make sure that we're meeting our revenue targets?
Great. Thank you. So for our last, I think we've got about 5 minutes. And so I'm going to ask the last question, but I'm also going to give you a chance to ignore the question and say whatever else you feel you would like to say in terms of wrapping it up, giving you 2 to 3 minutes each. But I think I was going to give a shout out to our Trade Commissioner Service that is here. Marie-Josée is over there in the corner. I don't know if Tashome is still in the room, but just in terms of a plug for Global Affairs Canada, we've launched a new trade hub, which is basically concentrating our trade resources and our commercial interest resources within one unit led by a director within Africa branch. If you get a chance to meet Tashome today, please do. He is going to be, he is our leader of that renewed effort at a much more focused approach with regards to Canadian commercial engagement on the continent. And so I appreciate Audra's shout out for the TCS and glad to hear that it is a useful service. Okay, so the last question then is, what should private sector partners keep in mind when trying to engage in collaborative efforts with development partners? So Caroline, you haven't had to start first yet, so I'm going to start with you.
Terrific, thank you. And I will answer your question, and I'll build on what Audra was just saying. I think the timing, the long term versus the short term, I think that's something that we need to understand about each other when it comes to development and private sector partners. I don't have an answer to it except to say being aware that we have different timelines, and for that and other reasons, I think again being really communicating with each other. It's about building a relationship where we try to understand each other. So being clear about our goals, our respective goals. Obviously, some of them will be the same, but some will be different, and how to work together to sort of respect what each partner brings to the table, and what each one is trying to do. Again, because of the timelines thing, planning well in advance, being really, getting started early and looking down the road, and looking and working back from there, I think is important as well. This is maybe a more specific one, but what we've seen in some of the work that we do with private sector is, again, maybe to the short-term nature, they need people now. They want to grow their business. They want skilled people now, and they do offer training, which is terrific. But credentials do matter. It is important for many, if not all, people who are working in the trades, working in different sectors in the different industries that we work with. That those people, when they get trained, they have something that's recognized for the effort in the training. And yes, it's true, they might leave, and I know that's a big issue with industry that do their own training, so that's something that we can work on together. But getting that credential is important to that individual that's being trained. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thanks. Audra?
Sure. So I think something that came up in the conference on November 4th was kind of the silos at Global Affairs Canada, sometimes between the development side and the trade side. And Carolyn is actually a great example of someone who's worked on both sides of the equation, and we need more of her working across different departments so that they're speaking to each other, because that's ultimately what this is about. It's about what we need more of is more linkages, more introductions on the ground, to be able to make these connections. And also to your point about skills. So we as a company have developed a program to train technician level people to fit hearing aids, because in many countries there's one audiologist, in some countries 0 audiologists on the African continent. And so that's it. So we have to train more people. But ultimately, we think it's really important that a university takes this up and starts having an accreditation program so that they can generate the people we'll need to hire and build out, what we're doing. So these kind of connections are the kind of connections that trade commissioners or other members of the Canadian government can help facilitate. And these kind of introductions are super valuable as we're thinking about these kind of longer term impacts. And ultimately, whether the company is in that country or not, to be able to say that a program was developed, a permanent program in a specific area was developed and will last, that's a real impact in terms of sustainability. And so we think a lot about that, and including things like policy change sometimes, and things that will really have a broader repercussion on the society beyond just the work that we do.
Sam, for the final word.
Try to be quickly. I mean, I think just on this issue of, we don't move as quickly as the private sector, and we can't turn things around as quickly as the private sector. And we do need to demonstrate impact to our shareholders, funders, private donors, etc. But we're working for things like inclusion, climate outcomes, employment, greater income for marginalized groups. the same time, we do bring capacity around these issues. And so we can bring something that can lead to better business or private sector outcomes. And so I think we need to look at where those matches are there. We can also assume some risk to drive innovation where the private sector might not want to assume that risk, particularly local private sector. We can assume that risk because we can subsidize something on a short-term basis to demonstrate its impact, and then the business can take it on. So I think there's value there in how we can engage. Those are just the two areas I would say. And then I just strongly support the value of the trade officers and the dev and trade speaking together. And when we get out into the countries we're working in, or our teams in those countries should be engaging with the trade officers as much as the development officers to understand where the opportunities are. So thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. We do have a few of those trade folks here. I introduced Marie-José earlier. We also have Krista McInnes, who is our Senior Trade Commissioner based in Kenya, responsible for how many countries? 9 or so around East Africa. So a good example of a couple of our trade commissioners who are here. And we do commit at Global Affairs, at least in my part of the world, to be able to continue to work at making those linkages between trade and dev. And you've certainly heard that from the minister as well in terms of the commitments that he made this morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to us. And I hope that you found it useful. And hopefully next year, we'll see you on the African continent for the next Trade Development Marketplace event. Goodbye.
Carolyn Delaney, thank you so much as Director General, taking the time, not only with Krista McInnes to arrange that panel, but to moderate and avail yourself today during such important discussions around that nexus between development and economic growth. I'd like to invite 2 private sector players, respectively in financing and in exports, to the stage. Deepak Dave, who holds many roles and will be covering a number of issues around financing on the continent. And of course, Steve Chipman, Trade Facilitation Office, one of the most fantastic organizations working on exports from the continent into Canada. Kindly take your seats and thank you. So by way of background, Deepak Dave has served on Bay Street, of course, the financial heart of Canada. And during his time there, he's worked as Chief Risk Officer, subsequently in developing products around risk mitigation for unlocking billion-dollar investment across the continent. So Deepak, in conversation today, I'll be asking you a few questions as to success stories, but also where to next, and the role of Canada, often not always visible, but certainly present in some of the major developments we're seeing. And then Steve Chipman, I think your organization is unprecedented, as many say, globally, because you're based in Canada, but you're really about exporting into Canada. And very often you see organizations that only promote export one way, depending on sort of country national interest. So Deepak, if I may, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. I know you've got many roles and many hats, but a little bit about the work you're doing as it relates to Canada, Africa. And I also note you are a member of our senior advisory board. So thank you for your service to the chamber. Is it on? No, it's not on. Up, yeah.
Oh,
That's
isn't
right.
that magical?
Perfect.
So thank you, Gareth. It's always a pleasure to be here. This now marks about 20 years that I've been involved with the chamber. And in that time, I've seen the membership change. I've seen the dynamic around Africa change, not just here in Ottawa, but in the business sector as well. And I've seen the degree of experience and the degree of expertise both dramatically alter over that period of time. And of course, one of the biggest single factors has been the fantastic diaspora, the African diaspora that's in Canada, that's playing such a huge role in facilitating trade, investment, and overall engagement with the region. I think one of the classic examples of that is Minister Hussein himself this morning. So over the last 25 years, I've been involved with investment banking, corporate banking, private equity, asset management from a private sector viewpoint, but then of course more recently when I was based in Nairobi, from the development finance institution viewpoint. And in the region is unique at the moment, but not in the trajectory of how financing works. But at the moment, it's unique in that a lot of what we would see as private sector innovation in developed financial markets in Africa is driven by institutions very often quite closely linked to the African Union, the African Development Bank, or other international financial institutions that have a presence on the continent, particularly European ones, but of course more recently also from FinDev Canada, from the DFC in the United States. And a lot of that innovation that's being driven is coming from the categorization and the collation of capital from around the world that wants to go to the continent and then is being channeled effectively. The local private sector financial institutions in Africa, sadly, have not quite come to the party just yet, other than in a couple of countries. But we're going to see that change. We're starting to see the level of knowledge change, the skills gap close, the product development become more innovative. And I think that's a very positive direction that things are going in.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Steve Chipman, just want to acknowledge you've got over 40 people on your team, offices all over the country, and a range of expertise. If you could maybe describe a bit of the work you do, and then any insights in the opening on trends around export from African markets into Canada.
Great. And thanks, Gareth, and to the team of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for organizing today's session, as well as the invitation. I really appreciate it. So I guess starting off with some good news. So TFO Canada, Trade Facilitation Office Canada, we've been around since 1980. And it is true that I would say our first 30 plus years was definitely focused on helping small, medium enterprise in developing countries to be able to sell or market their products export to Canada. But what we've seen over the last decade, certainly during my time, is an expansion of wanting to basically, help SMEs where they are to be able to trade, in general. And so a good example of that is in continental Africa, where we have more of our initiatives now supporting small and medium enterprise in African nations, helping them to trade regionally, helping them trade around the continent, as well as other markets, and we help them with those trade strategies, etc. In terms of your question around, trends as far as selling into the Canadian market, admittedly, there's a lot of work to be done there. I think, part of our role, certainly as we see ourselves as being a key enabler to help support not just the small medium enterprise in developing countries. There's a number of African countries that can and have great export offers for Canadian buyers. But the other side of the equation is that's an area that we want to emphasize going forward a little bit more, is to support and help Canadian businesses understand the opportunities that exist. One small example is the Canadian Market Access Initiative. It's amazing the number of times that when I mention Canadian Market Access Initiative, neither the exporters or the trade support institutions we work with in countries, or even the Canadian business community are aware of that initiative, that it has existed since 2003. And in fact, I believe that recently the Canadian government has expanded and made that preferential trade agreement. It's for least developed countries to be able to sell duty-free, quota-free access to the Canadian market, save and except for a couple of protected sectors. In fact, I remember Carolyn Delaney, we were together in Mozambique when you were High Commissioner there, and one of the first things when I was being introduced to give a talk on exporting to Canada, they said, we need to convince the Canadians to develop an AGOA, to have a similar system to AGOA. And so, of course, when I started my presentation, I said, good news, Canada has a similar system to AGOA. We just need to do a better job of promoting it, making sure that people understand it so that, we can help enable more trade to happen.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to go into detail on a few sectors and industries, if I may, beginning with you, Deepak. Twofold question. One, could you just run through at a high level the offering of insurance, risk insurance, as you developed it
for multi-billion-dollar projects or to the value of such across Africa? And then secondly, the kinds of sectors in which you're seeing these projects. I'm assuming infrastructure, but of course, there's much more detail than that. So a bit of a long question, I apologize, but nevertheless.
I'll give it my best shot. Let me take an example of the institution that I worked with just before returning to Canada. For 3 years, I was the chief risk officer of an organization called African Trade Insurance. It's now called Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, a TD. It is, I think a lot of people in this room would be familiar with EDC, Export Development Canada, and BDC, Business Development Bank of Canada, and CCC, Canadian Commercial Corporation. Now imagine if all three of them got rolled up into one institution, and that institution served 27 African governments, not one. Now, an institution like that is capable, because of its multi-layered ownership and its extremely strong internal risk management framework, of underwriting something like $20 worth of insurance for trade, political risk, market risk, contract risk, for every $1 of capital that goes in. So a dollar invested leads to $20 of coverage just by the institution alone. There's a total of $60 or $80 of coverage once you factor in reinsurance. So imagine having that level of impact with such a minimal amount of money, right? And an institution like that doesn't just write political and transaction risk insurance for large miners or oil and gas projects. We underwrote insurance for infrastructure development of roads, rail, hospital building programs, school expansions, university campuses, rural health clinics, all kinds of things. Because the importation of high-value equipment or skills is just as much a high-risk process there as it would be somewhere, anywhere else in the world. But it's a local solution partnered with international markets to cover a risk that people perceive from the outside. It was founded, interestingly, by some people who were on sabbatical from EDC 24 years ago. But it's now grown to this institution that does this amazing job. They don't sell their story as well, admittedly, right? But let's face it, what they're doing has an enormous impact, and not just in the areas we would assume in, but in areas nobody else has thought about, right?
Brilliant. In terms of the sectors, Steve, where you've seen a lot of activity and where you think you'll see potentially growth, and then I'm going to just go into a question on some of the technicalities around the support you provide, but on the industries.
Yeah, certainly traditionally, I would say agriculture, agri-food is definitely a sector that's of significant importance, given the number of people it employs and the overall importance around and food in general. And so we've seen certainly a lot of our support in many African countries. I can say that if I take a step back, one of the things is we're not there to impose our will. So we work in consultation with national governments, with what we call trade support institutions, and we're really looking to explore and see what are the priority sectors that they have in terms of what they want to promote for export. And so invariably, when you look at some of the sectors that they want to promote in terms of exports, we're looking at food. We're looking at either fresh fruit and vegetables as well as processed food, and that continues to be a very, very important couple of sectors there. We make the distinction that we consider processed and fresh as two separate sectors, and of course there's a whole bunch of subsectors under that in terms of exportable products. What we're seeing as a growing trend, and it's really interesting, is trade and services, and so more and more, particularly there's you're talking about high value, higher paying jobs in the ICT sector, for example. And so we're seeing more of this kind of activity, particularly in a few Northern African countries where they have a direct linkage and a certain kinship with the province of Quebec, for example, for language reasons and so on. And so we're seeing that, these are other opportunities. And certainly I would say that during COVID-19, this became of, pretty darn importance because of the fact that we were all working from home and needing to leverage technologies. And so the more that we could do to support these types of industries, a lot of these types of jobs, you can be home-based and do it that way.
Brilliant. And on the technical ways that support happens, you mentioned it's the kind of Canadian option on AGOA. So AGOA allows free trade and tariff exemptions on exports from African markets into the US. You're offering something, it's beyond just, let's say, an exemption, but specific interventions. Would you mind just running through some of those, Steve?
Sure. So as I mentioned, when we start embarking on an initiative in a country, we want to take a look and we look at the priority sectors that they want to be exporting. And then from there, we will support and help do some research on these sectors to see where there might be good opportunities for export. And so that's really looking at the addressable market, whether it be in Canada or to another country. A lot of our work is done through, as I say, business support organizations, trade support institutions. Sometimes national governments will have their trade promotion office. And we work very closely with them and basically think of it as a training of trainer model where we're doing a lot of export capacity building, working with their officers who are then the ones that will be delivering training programs to the SMEs directly. We do sometimes also offer some training directly to the SMEs, but we feel that, one of the important parts around the sustainability of our work is through these institutions because, of course, they are left with the knowledge and the expertise to be able to support more and more SMEs because, of course, as we all know, projects come to an end and you move on to other exciting opportunities, but you hope that piece still remains. Another important aspect of the type of programming that TFO Canada does is when you look at assessing companies, we will do that and we'll look at their level of exporter readiness. And then from there, let's say an SME's gone through a training program, and then you see, like if you're training, let's say 100, there might be 20 or 30 that are truly more export ready. And then we will work with them at, their packaging, their labeling, maybe looking at, how they might be able to market their products and actually accompany them and bring them on trade missions, whether it be exporters coming to a market and meeting with buyers on the ground, or we've often done buyer missions to a country as well. I can think of recent examples where we've had buyers coming to Madagascar. We had South African and Canadian buyers in Madagascar. We've had buyers going to Uganda, to Kenya, to Ethiopia, as well as Morocco in the last year.
Fantastic. No, congratulations. Incredibly exceptional. Deepak, tomorrow we're on Bay Street. In a sense, your hangout and habitat, and you've engaged with pension funds, private equity funds. You've worked on seeing the deployment of capital from Canada. When you're in front of a investment committee and there's issues of risk, not just applied to markets across Africa, but indeed across the world, what are some of the key points you make to say we have a way to entirely de-risk even your perception of risk? Because sometimes you don't argue with perception, you meet people where they're at. How do you approach those conversations? If you can give us some insight into some of those sometimes tough but important dialogues.
So this is one of, I think, those misconceptions, as you quite correctly put it, that's prevalent out there, which is that, somebody on Bay Street or Wall Street or in the city of London or, the Dubai International Financial Center or something, they don't look at projects in Africa because of all the stuff in the media. I have yet to meet a senior private equity investment professional whose bonuses and lifetime earnings are dependent on getting deals done, throwing deals away based on something they might have read in the media. The conversations about risk that we have, that I've always had, tend to be very granular and tend to be very well informed. It also doesn't, I think, as an African myself, It frustrates me when I'm somehow expected to sell the story, Africa is different. There is no risk. Yes, there is risk. There's risk everywhere. Now, let's break a transaction down into what the different pieces of risk are. Can we address them? Yes. And those pieces tend to be around what's the size of the market? What are the cash flows like? When those cash flows come in, can we get the money out of the country? Is there going to be a predictable tax system, a regulatory system, those kind of things? All of those are questions that can be answered. It is once you've answered them that an investment professional or an investment committee might say, yes, but the quantum of money we are putting in does not have a chance of making a return. So I think folks have to be ready to engage with that. Engaging with the perception is not really a productive thing. Engage with the reality. If you have an actual transaction, that's always better to talk about than to talk about a vague idea about we want to set up a fund doing deals in Africa. That's great. What deals? We aren't sure. In what sector? We don't know. That's not the way to go. I have seen transactions funded perfectly well around the world that had a very strong African element to them, as long as you blended all the right pieces of capital together. And that can be done. There's no magic to this. It's a pretty simple thing. And what I love is more and more and more African institutions are doing this for themselves. Places like ATI is just one example. There's Afri-Exim Bank, there's Africa Finance Corporation, Africa Guarantee Fund, several of these with French acronyms on the West Africa side. All of these institutions are local. They're not doing it as a favor. This is their business model. They're going to be around for 100 years. This is what they do, right? And it's wonderful to see that happening on the continent. So for institutions and investors here or diaspora here who want to go back and build a business or something, it's not that difficult. But you have to be willing to engage with the difficult questions. And those questions will be the same questions you'd get asked if you wanted to set up that business in Calgary as if you want to set it up in Kinshasa.
Just a quick on that point, what's the smallest deal size typically someone's willing to discuss if you approach them and you want to get a meeting?
I think you have to have a deal size that's at least going to be somewhere in the sort of $5 to $10 million range. Below that, really, what you're looking at in our cultural context and our business context in this country, here in Canada, is what I would think of as friends and family or angel investor money. At that point, you're better off finding, for example, if you're an Ethiopian diaspora who wants to take a business back to Addis, speak to somebody in Addis and here, or who has common business interests in both, and raise the money from them. But at that $5-10 million range, you're now starting to talk to funds who know the region well and are willing to look at it. Unfortunately, one thing even I have to admit is when you're talking to Bay Street or you're talking to one of our big pension funds, let me give you an example. The smallest of the big pension funds in Canada, the rounding error in their financial statements is $100 million. Below that, it's bad governance for them to just give you the money to lose it. But if they give you the money, they have to hire an extra person to look after you. So they're not going to do that, let's face it. So go in with a realistic view of what you're looking for, and there is ample capital on the ground that recognizes what you bring as a diaspora back to the country and are willing to engage with it there. You're better off doing those $5 and $10 million deals on the continent. When you start getting beyond that, so at a national government level, is where the financial institutions, the multilaterals come in, the development institutions come in. The largest transaction I've done was a Southwest African country that was redoing its entire water and waste management system for its capital. That was $8.5 billion 2 years ago. $6 billion came from the continent. Only $2.5 billion came from outside. Right? $6 billion got funded on the continent. You would not have been able to do that even 10 years ago, let alone 20 or 30. So things have changed.
Fantastic. Steve, looking at the exporters, financing is one thing, and of course with your work, it's market access. When a company is looking to expand, you're positioning Canada as the place to which to export, but of course African businesses have, they can look at the entire world and make an assessment. What is the key argument you make to say, consider Canada as your ideal export market? And of course, I'm sure some of those arguments are the fact that you're there as a partner.
Yeah, great question. I would say first and foremost, it's really looking at the product. It's looking at the company, the business that they have. and then really showing them the export potential for the Canadian market. So there's some sectors that are obvious ones. I think of coffee as an obvious one that, coffee producers, they're looking to export their products. And of course, Canada is a great market for coffee. And there's a number of others as well. But I think when we look at it that way, it is about just showing the potential. It's interesting. I started my talk talking about AGOA in the United States. And of course, when we travel and we talk to exporters around the world, whether it be in Latin America, in Asia, or even in Africa, oftentimes they think of North America and they think of United States. And so the one thing that TFO Canada tends to do is to really promote Canada and to promote the marketplace and to show them that, Canada is a great market. It's certainly much smaller than the United States, but it's still, a market size of 40 million people. We're talking about, ethical business practices. This is a country where you can really establish long-term relationships with buyers. So on the one hand, perhaps it's not the same as a large market like the European Union or the United States, but on the other hand, you can actually look at forging a long-lasting relationship with your Canadian company that you'd be selling to. And so on the one hand, we're looking at it and saying, okay, so here's some of the markets that you should be considering. But when Canada is definitely a good option, we want to, be that cheerleader and show them, the potential of the Canadian marketplace. And by the way, for many of them, if they're able to meet the quality standards of their product and be able to successfully export to Canada, then we say, well, think of Canada perhaps as the doorway into the United States, because if you've met all of the, the requirements for your products coming into Canada, there's a very good chance that you'll be able to then have success in looking at a part of the United States.
Fantastic. In terms of closing remarks from each one of you, perhaps looking to the future, Deepak, you referred to the incredible progress in the last 10 years, deals that one wouldn't have seen, as you said, a decade ago. What do you see as some of the positives on the horizon and even some of the risks going into the next 10 years? Of course, this chamber, we're going into the next 30 years of our history, having just celebrated our 30th birthday. And a similar question, Steve, for you as you look and consider Canada's position relative to, neighbors in the immediate region. Deepak.
I think so. The greatest positive, of course, is this demographic bulge that's coming across, and it's starting to make its voice felt. So in a number of African countries over the last 12 to 18 months, the youth bracket, the Generation Zs, right, as it's colloquially known, are starting to make their voice heard in terms of governance, in terms of political reform, in terms of their access to services and all. And what's very, very crucially important to understand is that they are much more aware of financial mismanagement or misgovernance by the elites in their countries, right? And they are very aware that you can't blame somebody else. The problems were created here, so let's solve them here as well. So that's this huge positive, that do not be afraid of engaging with that risk or with that movement, right? And of course, the consumer awareness and all is huge. So the African consumer market is becoming far more of an option than anything else. Don't just assume that you must have a development-focused product when you go there. Have a product, focus on that, and then you'll figure out where it fits into the economy. Because there's this growing demand for high quality, better services, all of that. The single greatest risk is going to be the one that could really apply to almost any part of the world. Are the elite, whether it's the governing elite, the financial elite, the bureaucratic elite, are they going to engage with their broader population well enough to understand where do their people want to go, as opposed to what press releases do international institutions want you to release? If you're putting in place energy projects that are going to come online 10 years from now and serve a tiny part of the country, that's not something anybody's going to be interested in. But are you meeting the local need? That's the important thing.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Deepak. And Steve Chipman, final word from you.
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot about what Canada can do, and I think a lot of the presenters before me talked about it. Even Minister Hussein talked about how we can do a better job, frankly, of promoting the Canadian initiatives that are taking place in the continent, and so that that would certainly help. But I think overall, Canada, from my perspective, is a trading nation, and we have some really strong expertise when we talk about trade and investment. And so sometimes it's not about the amount of money that's being spent, but it's really about using that technical expertise and being able to work with our African partners so that we can really help to create and to stimulate more trade between continental Africa and Canada.
Absolutely fantastic. Steve, Chipman, Deepak, Dave, thank you for joining us on this panel. Congratulations. Well, it's exciting to see. The numbers don't lie, as I'm sure Deepak has said many times before. So those phenomenal deals and the size of investment, I think, is brilliant. Todd Burns, hello, welcome. Our keynote speaker after lunch, as you heard mentioned this morning. We're breaking now for lunch, an opportunity to network, to gather, and to chat. Lunch will be approximately 1 hour. And for those visiting members who've received communication on your parliamentary tour, we'll be departing from the foyer at 3:30. So just a reminder on that. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Enjoy the continued networking. We'll see you in 1 hour. Thanks again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. It's just gone a little after 1:15 p.m. here in Ottawa. Greetings to everybody once again, coast to coast in Canada and back on the African continent as we move into the evening for those participating from across the continent. Welcome back. We're entering into the final half of our first day program, the plenary session followed by some of the smaller engagements. There are bilaterals currently underway, so we will have a few others join us shortly as we get into the next session coming through. If you do want any further food, feel free to go ahead. There is dessert that is served and make your way back in. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome our next speaker to kick off this session. Sabine Kamukitu, founder of Lambano Full Services, one of our sponsors, is not with us today as planned, but if you'll be in the DRC with us, you'll certainly see her again, as well as at our program during PDAC. So Todd Burns of Cypher Environmental is one of our leading members and sponsors. Todd recently sponsored the African Union reception you would have all heard about, which was discussed with great fanfare, took place just over 10 days ago, followed by the announcements we heard from Prime Minister Trudeau around African Union engagements and other initiatives, new embassies and the like. Todd has been focused on the business solutions to addressing environmental challenges and infrastructure opportunities. And it's my great privilege just to share a little bit about Todd's work in terms of his background. And some of you may have seen this on CNBC and African Business and the like. But the company has really been focused on building in a sustainable environmental manner infrastructure, not only across Africa, but indeed here in Canada, in parts of the country that are ripe for development opportunities. He's been a recipient of numerous awards in terms of his commitment to clean technology and is certainly a keen supporter of not only Canada-Africa trade and investment, but really wherever he operates globally, putting at the forefront the sustainability component through the market and ensuring that things like regulations and how best government can enable the development and growth of businesses like his can take place. Todd, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you. I know you started this business from scratch. I know you went through the journey that so many entrepreneurs have been through, and yet you've come out, you're thriving, you've built a great company, and you're giving back and supporting each one of us here today and across the continent in events like these. Todd Burns, Cypher Environmental, welcome.
Thanks for the warm intro, Gareth. I actually didn't know I was doing the keynote today. Gareth offered me a free lunch, so I said I'd come down, and I guess now I got to figure out something smart to say, or funny, one of the two. So careful about the commitments you make with Gareth, because you never know what you're going to get out of it. Anyways, it's a real pleasure to be here. Africa has a really special place in my heart. South Africa actually was the second country I ever visited when I first started doing international travel 20 years ago. And ever since then, I bought a couple of masks. It actually started my mask collecting days. Paula, you've seen my mask collection at home. They're still in boxes in my new house. I got to put them up all over the wall. And since then, I've collected masks from, I think, 40 countries around the world. But all the roots tie back to my first trip ever to Africa. And so beyond that, Africa's always got a special place in my heart. And I promise, Gareth, I won't talk too much about this, but as a Canadian guy who started a business as a one-man operation in his basement, 20 years ago, I first picked up a Johnny Clegg CD. And so I don't know if anybody here is from South Africa or knows who Johnny Clegg is. You guys are smiling and nodding, the ones who know me, because you're going to laugh that I'm talking about it again. But as an entrepreneur, you always have to be a little bit crazy, and everything you have to do is to the extreme. And so for me, my listening to his music is extreme. My wife is actually a professional cellist from Brazil, and she came up to Canada to go to University of Manitoba in Winnipeg on a scholarship to the music school. And so again, thanks also, Gareth, for giving me an excuse to get out of Winnipeg. If you're recording this, anyone edit that out of my speech. But no, and so as a professional musician, she would see me listening or hear me listening to the same music over and over and over again. And she said, well, how can you keep listening to the same music every day, sometimes multiple times in the same day? And I would just say, well, it's because of the way it makes me feel, in here. And so, talking about entrepreneurs and needing to be extreme and being kind of crazy. Some people would think I was insane for the frequency at which I listened to the same song. In fact, Bananga, which was, a song written for Mandela, about freeing Mandela. He's a big part of the equation in terms of what ties me to Africa, Mandela and Johnny Clegg, and listening to the music. And if I'm having a bad day, I remind myself of what Mandela went through, and Johnny Clegg, to a lesser extent, being sort of persecuted for, going against the sort of apartheid or being an anti-apartheid guy during the time when apartheid was really strong in South Africa. And so, you have to be a little bit crazy as an entrepreneur. And that's one of my biggest ties to Africa is the two big inspirations in my life are guys from Africa. And so it shows you the significant, even though there's significant distance between Canada and Africa geographically, but the significant similarities we have, that a Canadian guy can find significant inspiration from two guys from Africa. And so as Gareth pointed out, we're a Winnipeg-based or Canadian-based company. Winnipeg, for those of you who don't know, is in the middle of Canada. We're in the center of everything in the middle of nowhere all at the same time. As you can tell, I'm not a paid ambassador for the city of Winnipeg. So sorry for anyone from Winnipeg who's listening to this speech. I promise that will be the last Winnipeg joke. But we're a clean tech company. We manufacture products with the sole purpose of trying to make the world a better place through developing more sustainable infrastructure. Roads are the thing that tie us all together, geographically speaking, by land. And, there's all this conversation these days about, green infrastructure green vehicles and zero emission vehicles and hydrogen vehicles, electric vehicles. I drive an electric truck myself. And, but there's never really a piece on developing the infrastructure which those vehicles are driving on in a sustainable fashion. And so for those of you who are Canadian or have visited Canada a lot, you're probably familiar with the road salts that we put on our roads in the wintertime to melt the ice and make the roads a little safer to drive on. And so it's lesser known that those same salts are used for dust control in the summer months on gravel roads and unpaved roads. And so we produce a much higher performing, totally environmentally friendly, non-corrosive alternative to salts for dust control. We're getting into de-icing, and we also stabilize high clay content materials. So which you have an abundance of clay all over Africa during the rainy seasons, which you also have. Those roads fall apart, they become impassable, extremely expensive to maintain and manage. And so we give you the ability to use those clays and build roads at a fraction of the cost of traditional methods. So not only you're building cheaper roads, but roads that are more easy to maintain and manage and more passable during the rainy season. And so, our firm belief is that we're creating a pathway, and I talked about this, or a road, no pun intended, for other entrepreneurs like I was, or I still am, to make their path or their road in life more sustainable or more easy to learn from our challenges and our successes. Because, you know, especially as a young entrepreneur now, I had less gray in my beard when I started out than I do now. And a part of that is because some of the trials and tribulations that I've had to go through as an entrepreneur to find my way in life and figure out the right path for Cipher. And so if we can do anything to make life a little bit easier for other entrepreneurs out there, you know, very happy to do it. And if there's any young entrepreneurs in the crowd today, please feel free to come approach me, and I'm happy to share more about my story and answer any questions you have. And so, you know, we love Africa. There's a young demographic there that's really focused on sustainable development and wanting to do things in a more sustainable fashion. And so it's abundant with resources. And so we see Africa as one of our very key target markets in the growth trajectory of Cipher. And so I'm always happy to get up on stage for Gareth and for the Chamber to talk about our experiences in Africa, why we choose Africa as a destination to grow the business. I go to Mining Indaba every year. That's like Africa's version of PDAC, for those of you who aren't familiar with Mining Indaba, which is a major mining investment forum and conference and trade show. This year, or next year, I should say, we'll be back again. I've met some extremely meaningful people in my life, such as Paula and Gareth and Ateo at Mining Indaba. And so very excited to go back there again this year for the first time. I'm bringing my wife this year as well for the first time. And so maybe she will get a picture and a taste for why Africa is such a special place in my heart. And I hope that she will soon share the feelings that I have about Africa as well. And so really want to thank everybody for coming out today. Excited to talk to everyone in the room after this and share stories and learn about what you guys do and why you're here, and see how we can collaborate and work together. I'll keep it short and sweet. And Gareth, I think you have a few more questions for me, so happy to sit down and answer them for you.
Todd, thank you very much. You know, one of the things that I appreciate about an entrepreneur from Winnipeg is you have no particularly strong attachment, I suppose it's fair to say, to Africa inherently, apart from you discover it first through the stories that you've retold of Africans, and then through being a part of the continent in a very tangible way, investing and through business. What are some of the factors around being an entrepreneur that make the African continent so attractive? And would you say that entrepreneurs perhaps are inherently ahead of the curve because they're looking at a continent that is in and of itself youthful and entrepreneurial? Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. So I think a big part of that as a Canadian, as an entrepreneur, is de-risking or demystifying some of the risks or challenges in getting into the African market. You know, I remember back in the day when email was first a thing. You know, you'd get emails, and this is no slight on anyone from Nigeria. I've been there twice and I love it. But you get an email from someone saying, you know, I'm a Nigerian prince, and I need, if you just give me your bank account details, I'm trying to figure out a way to transfer money into Canada, so I'll give you $1 million if I can use your bank account or something. And so people would, you know, see Africa as a risky environment to move into, but that's all you know, hearsay, and you get those emails from everywhere now. But ultimately, there's you know, people see geopolitical risks, you know, challenges at education and adoption of new technology. I see it as a huge opportunity because, like I said before, there's such a massive young population, growing young population, who all want to create change, who want to, you know, create a better life for their kids and future generations to come. And so therefore, due to the developing state of most of the countries in Africa, it lends a significant opportunity to the fact that they are open for innovation. They're open for new technologies, new products, new business to come and invest in their countries. I always see Africa or African countries as more innovative because, you know, here in Canada, for example, one of the challenges we have is in procurement. We can't sell anything to the government of Canada, and this is me just being very honest, because of the challenges with getting a new spec adopted. in Canada. It's like pulling teeth. You know, a lot of the government, and no offense to anyone from the Canadian government, I love Export and Development Canada, Global Affairs Canada. We work with them extensively. But at a provincial level, for example, a lot of the bureaucrats and a lot of the decision makers are willing to just sit back and just do the old-fashioned. They think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it is broke, well, it's not my problem, and I'll let somebody else figure it out. And in Africa, I think there's such a need to develop the countries. The infrastructure is at a state where there's such a need to find more cost-effective, more sustainable, more environmentally friendly solutions that we can actually create adoption with ease. And so education is a big part of what entrepreneurs need to do in order to break into a new market. And so, so the fact that they have such a young demographic who are more open to change, more open to new ideas, it makes that adoption and that education process a lot easier, and your chances for success substantially larger than in a more developed countries like here in Canada or the US, for example.
Fantastic. And I mean, as an entrepreneur, you're obviously always pitching your product, but for a moment, I'm going to quote others in terms of the awards and the recognition that you've received. You won the Delta Management Group's award in the Canada's Clean 50. That was a top project this year, 2024. Canadian award, but for a project delivered on the continent in Mali. Can you tell us a bit about that success story that got you that accolade?
That's right. Well, it's too bad Neil Reeder from B2 Gold is already gone, but we could both share in the success or the accolades for this one. That's not why we do it, but it's nice to put that feather in our cap. So actually, and speaking of B2 Gold, it was actually while I was visiting one of their mines in Namibia called Ochikoto that I actually personally came up with this idea for the company. So we really wanted to give back more than making our clients more sustainable through the use of our technologies. Like I said, we are selling a lot to Canadian mines, forestry, oil and gas companies, aviation. But we wanted to give back more than just the local charities in Winnipeg and in Canada, and make the communities around the mines and other areas we work more sustainable. So we came up with the Cypher Green Roads program. So when we work with any mining client or any industrial client anywhere in the world, we donate 5% of the project value to the local community in the form of the same product being used by the mine to make the mine more sustainable and to make the roads higher performance and enhance the engineering properties of those roads. And so for us, or for the mine, it demonstrates sharing of best practices between the mine and the community, really elevates that social license to operate piece, elevates their CSR strategies. And in many cases, a lot of our mining clients, in some cases, the mine will actually go out and use their equipment and apply their product for the community. In other cases, we will actually supply the product and the training. So we're introducing new skill sets and knowledge transfer between us, the mine, and the community. So now the community actually has the knowledge to actually build better roads and enhance their infrastructure and improve the sustainable nature of the infrastructure on a long-term basis. And so, so it's our way of giving back a little bit more to the communities around the mines and the private industry partners that we work with around Africa.
Incredible. And of course, Canada is all the better for it because through this chamber, I believe you met with Chief Jerry Asp of the Toltan Nation, and you're looking at rolling out similar projects elsewhere in this country. Just any thoughts on where you see Canada's specific competitive edge as a Canadian entrepreneur? Because you're always at global fora and there's everyone in the world who's interested in the continent there, thousands at the mining Indaba. What stands out for you as a unique selling point, and what are some of the advantages perhaps with services and programs that Canada brings to assist entrepreneurs like yourself?
Well, I'm thinking about getting a maple leaf tattooed on my arm just so people know I'm Canadian, and nothing wrong with our neighbors to the south, but we've got a very strong reputation globally. We're very fortunate to have a significant support system in Global Affairs Canada and Export Development Canada. I would love to see Export Development Canada get re-engaged in Africa. Because they actually pulled me into mining Indaba in the first place, and then they sort of exited the continent a little bit. But there's significant support systems in, like I said, the TCS and Export Development Canada, not necessarily as much in Africa, but around the world. But also in the sort of the networking affiliations or memberships, like such as the chamber. Like Gareth mentioned, I mean, we went to an Africa event last year in Toronto, Accelerating Africa, and I met a Canadian who we actually have a joint venture with in British Columbia, and all the sale of our product is actually flowing through the Tahltan First Nation. So it's giving us the ability to actually support local development from the grassroots with First Nations communities in Canada. And so I think not only is the brand strong in terms of Canadians, but also is in terms of the camaraderie. And so, when I see an opportunity for another Canadian supplier, I always, raise my hand, make the introduction, and I think it works both ways. And so always happy to spread the word about what other Canadian suppliers are doing. And I think I'm a firm believer in karma. And so, that might sound a little bit hokey, but at the end of the day, you get what you give in this life and in this world. And so by sharing that positive energy as a Canadian, a lot of people see and respect what we're doing and are welcome to are willing to give it back.
You mentioned the regulation catching up with innovation, and you cited an example that you've come against or come across. Many people, I think, assume, and it's a reasonable assumption, that infrastructure and roads are something provided by the government, and yet through the market, such as the project in Mali, it was entirely private sector driven, and your argument has been regulations can enable this if they're correctly structured. Who are your main sort of target clientele? And I think about everybody watching from across the continent who's not here, but will be at our programming during Mining Indaba, just in terms of delivering the next big project, like the Fekola project.
Well, mining is our bread and butter. We talk about being a clean tech company. Not only are our products 100% environmentally friendly, you could put it in your coffee if you wanted to. It wouldn't taste that great, so I don't recommend it. But you could. We actually have we're the only company in our space that has a US EPA Safer Choice certification on our products, which means they've fully audited our supply chain, our raw materials, our manufacturing process, even our packaging. Even our packaging is fully reusable and recyclable. And so we made all of their sustainability criteria. We also have a Boeing conformity. So talking about the next latest and greatest thing in terms of what we're targeting is aviation. And so we're doing a lot of cross-selling in the mining industry and aviation sectors, because a lot of the mines, especially remote mines, have their own airstrips and runways. And so we started by treating the roads, and they said, well, can you do the runway too? And actually, Fekola just reached out to us recently about treating their runway as well. You mentioned B2Gold and Fekola, so I'll name drop them again. And so, like I said, everything we do is 100% sustainable. And so in terms of regulation, we're waiting for it to catch up. We're waiting for governments to really impose these regulations on themselves, quite frankly, not just on private industry, because private industry gets it. And they, mining have environmental teams and environmental specialists that have to actually approve the use of products and technologies. But one of the hurdles we have to get over is that regulation piece. And I mean, so for us as a clean tech company, though, we can't just be saying our products are environmentally friendly, so you need to use them. And so if that was the case, quite frankly, I'm embarrassed to admit it, but a lot of the mines still don't care. I mean, they'll have environmental people, but are they the ones actually signing the purchase orders? Most of the time, no. And so we have to actually be able to prove the economic benefit to using our technology. It can't just be because it's environmentally friendly. And that's the feather in the cap, like we talked about before. That's what allows us to cross the finish line, as opposed to selling a product that is a known toxin. But the fact that we can actually prove we can save you money through the use of our technology, that's what really gets the attention of the decision makers who are signing the checks at the end of the day. I mean, and you talk about regulation and needing to catch up. I mean, if you look here in Canada, 25 years ago, the Canadian government, in Section 64 of CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, labeled road salts as toxic. So the very products that we're actually, providing an environmentally friendly alternative to. And yet here we are today. Every single provincial tender, municipal tender, regional tender, even federal. They don't do a whole lot of procurement in this area, but Parks Canada and various other areas, they mandate the use of the product because they call for their name by spec. And so we can't even bid on those contracts. And so we've created specs through the Standards Council of Canada, are using their platform to create a spec. So there's specs that exist for all of our products, and yet trying to get them adopted through various public entities is like pulling teeth. And so that's why we don't even bother anymore. And, and I was happy to see, I was doing laundry yesterday with my 9-year-old daughter, and very happy to see the same US EPA Safer Choice logo on the laundry detergent we were using. And so I had a nice moment with my daughter, and I said, hey, do you recognize that? And she said, no. So I told her about what it is, and I said, well, who else has that logo? And she said, I don't know. And I said, Safer's got that logo on every single tote of our product that goes out and is shipped around the world. And so, I love being able to, as she gets older, I love to be able to mentor her a little bit and explain to her what her dad is doing. And hopefully one day she'll be proud of the work that I'm doing around the world. And so I hope that continuing to being, and I'm sorry that I'm a little bit bold and unfiltered in some of the things that I say, but I think it requires people like me to say those unfiltered comments at times to try to, push the agenda of the fact that we need to create change in this world. Otherwise, we're just going to keep doing the old-fashioned thing. We're going to keep polluting, and we're not going to reach our net zero goals. And so somebody has to say it. And so that has to be me. Then, hey, it is what it is.
And indeed, somebody has to do it. And I've got to say, besides Mali, in Zimbabwe last month, in South Africa a few months before that, independently of you, Todd, I came across work you're doing, including riding on one of the roads you'd constructed in Harare. What are some of the other African markets that you'd really like to get into? Let's see how we can talk a bit about doing some business development, because I think there's an incredible match to be made. And you're one person, your team is growing, but feel free to put it out there on stage today and to everyone watching.
Sure. Well, I mean, for us, the sexy target markets are the ones that have significant mining. So South Africa, Botswana, Mozambique, DRC. We're very interested in the DRC. Our challenge is to find the right partner there, because we've been approached by so many companies, including Sabine, who you mentioned before, and we're actually working with Sabine on some from Lambano on some potential mining projects over in the DRC. But we do want to give back more to the people, not just for the private industries that are operating there and through our Green Roads program. We know through the Green Roads program, our technology has significant benefit to the people and to the local communities. If you go onto our website or onto YouTube, you can actually see a great video of some of the villagers in New Fadugu, which is the village that Fekola, or the B2 Gold operation, had to move when they built the mine. They built all the infrastructure, but the roads were still unpaved. And so there's a great example of the people actually talking about the impact that our technologies had on their daily lives, which I thought was really cool. And so you can see the significant benefit we can offer to the people. And so we're working on a project now, in a more developed market in Africa, which is South Africa, where we've developed a strategic alliance with a Black woman-owned engineering consulting firm called MPA Mott in the Western Cape. And so we're doing some work right now to actually do some significant case studies and research at Stellenbosch, which is one of the more renowned engineering faculties or schools in South Africa, to actually do some case studies on how our technologies impact the engineering properties of treated materials. And then we're going to go out and create a spec and hopefully create significant adoption in South Africa, and then actually branch out from South Africa to other countries like in Namibia and Zambia, I should have mentioned as well, our two target markets. And so we want to leverage the work that we're going to do in the coming months in South Africa to springboard into other African markets and to actually start to do a lot of work in the public sector. So every African country, quite frankly, is of significant interest to us, but we have to start somewhere. And so I'm actually for those that know me, know I enjoy wine. And so I don't know if anyone knows about Stellenbosch. It's the wine producing region in South Africa. So I volunteered to go and be a lab technician for a few months on that research project. So we'll see if my resume gets accepted or not. But ultimately, I mean, I know it's a very broad answer to your question, but really we're interested in every single market in Africa because of the huge potential for us to impact the lives of the people through development of more sustainable infrastructure.
Fantastic. Everything of the best for your work across Africa and, of course, right here across Canada as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Burns, CEO and founder of Cypher Environmental. Congratulations, Todd.
Thanks, Gareth.
Well, we're going to shift from business to the diplomatic and public policy side, but very much in the context of economic development and growth. And so I would like to invite somebody up to whom credit or perhaps blame should be apportioned. But I have a story, as every immigrant to this country does. And when I was a student back many, many years ago, I met a Canadian ambassador and diplomat, and his name is Greg Goldhawk. The short of the long is I stand before you today as a Canadian of descent, born and raised on the continent. Greg Goldhawk, would you please join me up on stage? Retired ambassador, president of TriSync, and somebody who, in terms of his posting on the continent, it ended formally, I will say, some time ago, but the passion and the commitment, like so many people who serve this country, continues to this day. Greg is a distinguished member of the Chamber. He's an advisor, and he's somebody who to this day is called upon by the government and many others to consult and advise. And so we freely have your expertise today, Greg, to have a bit of a discussion and to really understand from someone with your background and depth of experience what to expect, what to be cautious about, and how we maximize the incredible opportunities ahead.
So, Greg, by way of background, I know you're born and raised in Canada. You're in the Ottawa area. You've served as ambassador to Mongolia. You served across 8 or 9 markets in sub-Saharan Africa. And you've been a member of the Chamber, I think, certainly for as long as I can remember, perhaps even the full 30 years of our existence. Why do you remain so absolutely passionate and committed to the African continent, even long after your formal service has been concluded?
Perfect. That was good.
Now we're good, right? You can hear me? Okay, outstanding. Look, just a bit of background, I suppose. I was a Canadian diplomat for, I was a Canadian diplomat for 36 years, mostly in the economic sphere. But I really had every job you can have really in the Canadian diplomatic corps. And out of those 36 years, I was only in Canada for 6 years. Now, if you're hearing some in-sucking of breath out there, it's probably with Global Affairs erstwhile colleagues who would probably find that number quite astonishing, because normally for Canadian diplomats, you're in the country for half of your working career and outside of the country for half of your working career. And I was outside for 30 years out of 36, really, sorry. And I sometimes wonder if it's because they didn't want me back, kind of thing. It's just by all means, let's keep him out there. Don't bring him back to headquarters. He'll be too disruptive or something like that. But during that period, I had like 10 postings around the world. I could enumerate them. I actually had to write them down myself just so I could remember. Philadelphia, Washington, Athens, Greece, Sydney, Australia, Atlanta in the USA, Bangkok, Thailand, together with Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and finally, but by no means least, South Africa, specifically in Johannesburg, where I also had responsibility for Namibia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Madagascar, and Mauritius. A lot of territory there. But at any rate, if you parse it out in percentage terms, I was roughly 35% of my career in the US, 10% in Europe, 45% in Asia, and 10% in Africa. And I'll circle back to Africa in just a second. I have a lot of experience in mining, specifically, and in emerging markets. But, even though Africa constituted a comparatively small portion of my overall career, it was my last posting and before retirement. And it caused me to regret some of my earlier choices in terms of the postings. I kind of thought to myself that I wished I'd spent more time in Africa. I came away very, very deeply impressed by Africa, by the sense of dynamism, the sense of entrepreneurship. Very, very impressive. You know, it was one of those places where you would get there and you would have the sense that if you could dream it, you could do it. And that's what has driven my ongoing interest in Africa. So that would be a part of it. I mean, Todd said it rather well, actually. He himself was, as an entrepreneur, is deeply impressed by entrepreneurship and the sense of aspirations to innovation in the African business community, which is very sophisticated, as sophisticated as anything I ever saw in any other market where I had the pleasure to serve. Sorry.
Oh,
Went
brilliant.
over along there, but
No, that's fantastic.
As you know, I get a bit passionate about all this.
So that final posting in Johannesburg, Greg, it was obviously not the end. I remember seeing you year after year, always coming back with your wife, Sharon. When you, not to divulge the advice you give to clients when called upon, you know, whether public sector or in the private sector, but what are some of the key opportunities and perhaps even risks if they're not taken up for Canada as a whole, private sector and public, when it comes to engaging with the continent? So, you know, we've had announcements of new embassies by Prime Minister Trudeau very recently, but are there other aspects as well, programs that could be rolled out a bit further? Any reflections, or is it just the case of Canada's private sector, us as a chamber doing better, mobilizing ever-growing numbers of companies? Because at the end of the day, you know, private capital has to make the decision.
Well, again, let me respond to your question in perhaps a roundabout way. You know, for Canadian entrepreneurs, Canadian business persons, the United States is always going to be a centripetal kind of market. I mean, it's the United States is our largest trading partner by far. It's close, it's large, it's sophisticated. Business culture is much the same. So, I mean, for Canadian companies, the US is just an extension of the domestic market. You know, they don't even think of it as an export. It's just part of the domestic market. I mean, in the last 3 decades, Canadians have been focusing more robustly, if they're thinking outside of the US market, they're thinking about Asia. And I do a lot of ongoing consulting to global affairs on North Asia issues. So those 2 markets have been sort of primordial, as they say, for Canadian companies in the last while. It's the US market, and then there's the Asian market. But, you know, we can see that the international environment in economic and other terms is becoming increasingly more difficult and challenging, you know, which is why I think Canadian companies are going to be looking more and more towards Africa as the new horizon for them. You know, as circumstances become more challenging in our relationship with the US from an economic perspective, as they may become more challenging in Asia. We've had our speed bumps with China and India more recently. I think Africa is going to become quite important for us. I think the biggest challenge really, though, is getting Canadian companies to focus on Africa. You know, it's just educating to the fact, which is why I think the Chamber is so important. The work that is being done by the Chamber and all of you, frankly, is so important, because we need to make Canadian companies understand the opportunities that are available in Africa and the sophistication of the market and the potential for working with African partners to advance the economic goals of both sides, honestly. Sorry, again, a roundabout way. Yeah.
And when you look at the future of Canada's engagement with the African continent, do you think it's going to be, would you argue that the engagement has been fairly consistent to date? And do you think that reliability and consistency will remain a hallmark of Canada's approach, just grounded in the values that Todd and others have spoken about?
I think consistency for the Canadian companies has been an ongoing challenge in Africa. I mean, I have to be a bit honest about that. Todd may disagree with me on this. I mean, he may be the one who has been most consistently engaged there. He's not alone, of course, but you know, Canadian companies, when times are good in the U.S. market, they tend to pull back from other markets because they look at the risk-reward dynamic and they pull back a little bit. And as I say, I think that risk-reward balance may be beginning to change because of the, you know, we've seen an election in the United States where we've got a new administration that is has certain views on international engagement, both on the economic and security fronts. So I think, you know, Canadian companies are going to, perforce, have to look outside of the traditional markets and be more persistent and consistent in Africa, where I think everything is going to happen over the next century. I really do. Yeah.
And to underpin that next century, things like free trade agreements, and I'm going to go now into, you know, sort of clear public policy and legislative aspects. Do you see prospects for those with the continent in the context of further FIPAs or even a single African market with the AFCTFA? Any reflections there, Greg? Truly, that is a century, you know, looking.
Well, I wish I had a coherent answer or, you know, a consistent answer myself on that. I mean, certainly there's been a great emphasis within the Canadian government over several administrations, honestly, now on free trade agreements. You know, we have a wide variety of such agreements, certainly with the US, most prominently, but throughout Asia, Latin America. Less so with Africa, but I think that's going to come, honestly, if the will is there on both sides. You know, Canada is very, very exposed internationally. It's so important to our prosperity and to our security. And so building those kinds of international liaison is really, really essential to us, you know. And, you know, the next horizon for us in terms of free trade, I think, is going to be Africa. And it's interesting to see Canadian companies kind of leading the way on that in a way. I mean, I'm thinking of organizations like the Canadian Mining Association or the Miner Association of Canada, as well as the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, that are sort of building institutional liaison with their African counterparts, you know, in terms of principal topics like sustainable mining, critical minerals, and the like. Just as an aside, I am on the international committee of the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada. Now, I suspect that most of you here know that organization, but if you don't, it is arguably one of the largest, if not the largest, mining-oriented trade associations in the world, with the, you know, I think the largest annual mining-focused conference in the world. It takes place in Toronto each year, regrettably in March, when the weather here in Canada is not the very best, but there you are.
Thanks very much, Greg. I just wanted to touch on the one point around diplomacy and then move into your work at PDAC currently, which is, of course, major gathering, and the economic impact of the players involved is significant, to say the least. Canada's engagements don't often come with, or don't usually come with, conditionalities, whether it's development aid or whether it's assistance, technical assistance. And I think about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and how at the extraordinary summit in Niger, when I spoke to officials from the AU, there was great respect for Canada as a country where aspirationally the first free trade deal between a single African market and another country would be one with Canada on the basis of fairness and trust, and a long history. How has Canada been able to engender this sort of relationship? Any sort of diplomatic insights, particularly for the next generation that's following you, of Canadian leaders who want to retain the great kind of virtues that are ascribed to Canada, to be frank?
Well, look, there's several ways you could answer that question, I suppose. I mean, some of our colleagues from Global Affairs, I think just before the lunch break this morning, were talking about the increasing nexus within Canadian government thinking between development and commerce. To have those two things reinforce themselves, and I think that is going to be a very, very important thrust of policy over the next years. Because I think those two things can go hand in hand. I mean, we're investing an awful lot in helping our international partners in Africa and elsewhere for example, to develop their own Trade Commissioner Service equivalents. Now, the Trade Commissioner Service is the commercial arm of Canadian diplomacy. And we're investing an awful lot of energy and time and money in helping our partner countries around the world to develop their own trade diplomacy networks, on the theory that, good partners make good customers, I guess you'd say. I mean, Todd mentioned it himself. Business proceeds at the speed of trust. And, if you support your partners, they will continue to be good customers, as an example. I think the other way of answering that question is that Canada, at least I'll speak to the mining dynamic. Canada is investing an awful lot of energy, time, intellectual power, money into developing a culture of sustainable mining. Doing mining the right way, with an appropriate regard for the environment, for local communities, to build the capacity of the local communities economically and otherwise. So we're trying to position Canada as your better mining partner, in a way, to do mining in an ethical, sustainable kind of way that yields benefits both sides, but recognizes the importance of local workforces, local communities, local environments, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's, you take those things together, and I think they've, tried to, those are pushing on a brand for Canada that finds some traction, I think, among our African brothers and sisters. So we, in that sense, we share the same values, which I think is really important.
And that value includes the risks, being open here in Canada to adopt best practice from the continent. We've heard at fora like PDAC, as well as today, examples from Mali, examples from construction of roads, in the case of what Todd described, which have been implemented in different parts of this country, whether BC or in Nunavut, as was shared earlier. Can you speak a little bit about the importance, in your view, of the annual PDAC convention, and why you have been so committed to ensuring much greater African participation vis-a-vis, of course, the importance for everyone in Canada?
Well, look, just a little bit of background about PDAC for those of you who may not know it, which I suspect might be few of you, but there we go. PDAC has an annual conference. I think it might actually be the largest one in the world. Last year, I mean, it suffered during COVID, as so many international conferences did. Last year, I mean, we're in recovery mode. Last year, I think they had not just fractionally short of 27,000 visitors, 30% of which were from outside of Canada. And from a whole range of countries, they had well over 1,000 exhibitors from about approximately 600 different companies and other organizations. They have a program of 10 thematic areas during the conference, including sustainability, exploration, indigenous relations, community relations. So I mean, it is big. It is really big. The other thing that we do on the margins of PDAC, and with which I'm quite involved, is the International Mining Ministers Summit, which is one of the very few events that takes place each year where mining ministers from around the world can actually get together in the same room and talk about common challenges and common approaches and discuss how they can support each other in building a sustainable mining environment. Last year, we had 20 ministers around the table with a leavening of companies, civil society organizations, and the like. The focus of last year's event was trying to find the right balance between, fulfilling the needs for critical minerals as we move towards a zero footprint environment, and doing it in a sustainable way. So that was the topic. How do we balance having sustainable mining with mining that gets us the critical minerals that are going to be needed for a global economy that relies on different sources of energy than fossil fuels. I mean, regrettably for me, and shockingly for me, honestly, there was only one African minister at the table. And the reality is we can't have a decent conversation about mining and its global impacts and how we do it right without African voices at that table. So a principal objective for myself and my colleagues who are involved in doing the International Mining Ministers Summit in the coming year is to see if we can get more African voices there. Lots of people from Latin America, from Europe. The Americans are there, the Australians are there, Mongolians are there. But we need more African voices around that table. So that's a pretty important objective for me in the coming months.
Fantastic, Greg. And we know that we've got the single biggest mining gathering, which the Chamber is privileged to be a part of during PDAC every year, and commend you for getting the policymakers together, because of course none of this happens without the context of ministers and other decision makers. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Goldhawk, thank you so much for joining us, retired ambassador, and for your insights today.
Well, we're coming to our final speaker of the day before we break into an opportunity for a little bit of additional networking, and then, of course, the bilaterals and other meetings and dinners happening throughout the rest of the day for a number of you. Centennial College is the newest member of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business. In fact, officially with us for just a few days, Dr. Preeti Gopal-VandenBroek. Congratulations on being a member, and thank you for joining us. is a director at the college and an accomplished professional with extensive experience in business development, marketing, and project management. She's the founder of her own company and also has held the role of director for transnational projects and business development at Centennial College for some time, having previously focused on both Africa and South Asia. I know, Preeti, you are also originally from Mauritius and you're heading off shortly after this back to the continent. Thank you for your commitment and for really bringing Canadian education into the discussion as part of that exchange of ideas and skills with our peers across the African continent. And you'll be providing a presentation for us showing the macro picture. Dr. Preeti Gopal-VandenBroek, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's always a hard act to close. A very, very productive day today. So excellencies, distinguished audience, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a great honor for me to be in the presence of such a distinguished audience. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, namely the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, for this immeasurable opportunity to be a humble part of Africa Accelerating 2024. De part originaire de la République de l'île Maurice, à cet égard, je me considère comme la petite sœur de l'Afrique continentale et depuis presque 2 décennies, une fière Canadienne. Rien ne me rend encore plus fière de me retrouver au croisement des initiatives marquantes, en particulier sous l'angle de l'éducation spécifique au développement de la main-d'œuvre. So, with that being said, I am pleased to address a topic that stands at the intersection of education, global economy, and workforce development, as we navigate an ever-evolving investment and trade environment. Institutions like Centennial College in Canada have a unique and powerful role to play in accelerating global education by educating, upskilling, and reskilling both domestic and international workforce. Just a brief about Centennial College. We were founded in 1966. We are actually the province of Ontario, first public college. We have 5 campuses and 2 satellite locations. We are renowned for our outstanding teaching, creative curriculum, and robust network partnership. We welcome full-time and part-time students from over 130 countries. And these students, they pursue their education in over 400 diploma, certificate, and degree programs across various fields, including aerospace, aviation, engineering, technology, hospitality, tourism, healthcare, and transportation. In this era defined by rapid technological advancement and globalization, the demands placed on professionals are shifting more quickly than ever before. The 4th industrial revolution, marked by the breakthrough in artificial intelligence, machine learning, advanced automation, have altered the landscape of skills that are essential for success. Centennial College has a progressive approach to education and training, and we are strategically positioned to meet these new challenges and drive impactful change. Our industry-aligned programs offer an effective balance of theory, practical experience that builds in-demand expertise, equipping learners with realistic training alongside multidisciplinary professionals in simulated and real-world settings. We believe in and are committed to accelerating global education that is inclusive, equitable, creates technical and professional skills for the future of work. A global education that plays an instrumental role in unlocking potentials, fostering entrepreneurial mindsets, investing in advancing sustainability. By adopting the UN's Decade of Action and signing the SDG Accord, our college, Centennial College, is eager to strengthen its sustainability mandate, and identify areas where it can grow, evolve, we have taken a number of meaningful steps in this direction. We have actually established the SDG Innovation Lab, which engages students to become change makers and develop SDG solutions and participate in global events. We offer the largest number of courses focused on environmental, sustainable, and clean technology in Ontario, where we are readying Centennial graduates to be leaders in the green economy. We are presently part of a consortium of colleges strengthening alternative pathways to education, employment, self-employment, and entrepreneurship for women, adolescent girls in Tanzania, under the Empowerment Through Skills program funded by Global Affairs Canada, implemented by the Colleges and Institutes of Canada in close collaboration with Tanzanian Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So we have a global footprint with over 12 offices across the world. So our emphasis on global as well as a pan-Canadian collaboration is testament to our commitment to diversity, making Centennial an ideal hub for fostering cross-cultural competencies and global-minded professionals. We have made significant strides in providing specialized programs tailored to various priority sectors and emerging industries, such as the aerospace, transportation technology, healthcare. By focusing on these areas, the institution ensures that learners are not only trained in current industry practices, but we are also preparing them for emerging trends. This approach creates a workforce capable of leading advancements in investment and trade, both in Canada and globally. On the note of priority emerging sectors, our college has been a leader in aviation for more than 40 years, and we continue to move forward in aviation and aerospace as a focus area of activity. We are a founding partner of the Downsview Aerospace Innovation and Research. Our Bombardier Center of Aerospace and Aviation at Downsview campus, and the image there is our Downsview campus, demonstrate our outstanding institutional footprint in the aerospace sector. We are privileged to count among our partners the like of Bombardier Aerospace, Safran Landing Systems, as well as the Ontario Aerospace Council, to name a few. Collaboration with one of our key partners, Safran Landing Systems, led to the development of the Landing Gear Innovation Lab, which is based on our Downsview campus. We have since completed 22 projects with 7 industry partners, engaging 92 students and 16 faculty members. The specialized technical and vocational training that colleges provide continues to be crucial to transforming workforce and providing what might be described as real world in time, hands-on skills, applied training, and the full. The facilities, equipment, expertise Canadian colleges bring to bear on technical and technological training is impressive. Centennial is equipped and outfitted as shown for some of the images to deliver practical knowledge and skills, particularly in relation to industry and ultra-modern technologies. For example, our Pratt Whitney Turbine Lab, if you're very familiar with the aerospace sector. So in addition to our comprehensive curriculum, we focus on research and innovation, position us as a leader in accelerating global education. We are investing in research initiatives that are addressing real-world challenges. We are contributing to the body of knowledge that informs policy, industry practices, and educational methods. For example, research in sustainable technologies or digital solutions for remote learning can have far-reaching implications, enhancing the ability of the global workforce to responding effectively to environmental and technological shifts, more so, as we're seeing, across the continental Africa. We engage our students, faculty, staff, industry partners, community organization, sector associations, innovation consortia in 8 innovation areas. These are aerospace, advanced manufacturing, data analytics, artificial intelligence, digital healthcare technologies, innovation and entrepreneurship, social innovation, sustainable energy systems, and transportation. To amplify this impact, we continue expanding our strategic alliances with businesses, governments, educational institutions, and strengthening these partners can lead to more opportunities for collaborative research, internships, and job placements. The World Economic Forum has predicted that by 2025, half the global workforce may require reskilling. And this is where we are recognized this reality and have taken proactive steps in coordinating efforts in reskilling, upskilling, and transforming education through our micro-credentials, focusing on the industry needs and the future of work. These are primarily delivered online. Our micro-credentials mean learners can gain the tools to excel in a continuously evolving workforce without complicating their schedule or lifestyle anywhere they are in the world. The modular design and innovative curriculum of micro-credentials developed alongside our industry partners, and we have over 1,000 of those, makes them the perfect addition to existing education or experience. These micro-learnings are stackable. They allow learners to pursue whole credentials, such as diplomas and certificates. As we look ahead, the need for continuous learning and reskilling will only grow as the global investment and trade environments continue to evolve. Centennial College's proactive approach to education positions itself as a beacon to connect academic learning and real-world application. So by fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and inclusivity, we can help shape a workforce that is not only skilled, but also adaptable to forward thinking. That's the vision we strive to achieve together with all of you here. I thank you for your kind attention and for the opportunity. Sure, why not?
Just because Dr. Preeti is a new member, many of you wouldn't have had the opportunity to engage one-on-one. Are there any questions from the floor in this instance, just while we're on this presentation? I was particularly struck by the campus with the presence in Nigeria. We're actually working hard on looking at one of our next programs there, so that was fantastic to see. Excellent. Okay. Do you want to, let's see if we can get a roving microphone over. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
You're fine? Okay. Victoria, I'll bring the mic over to you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, King Wale. That's brilliant. All right, Victoria Shaw.
Thank you. Hi. So what are the programs that you're getting the most interest from Africans for? Is it engineering, cybersecurity? What are the most popular topics that you're getting?
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's a really good one. We see a variety of programs. It depends on where they're coming from. So I would say for Nigeria, we've seen a lot coming into our business program. And also there is a demand for the engineering, the STEM-like of program as well. And the other thing also that I would like to mention is students coming from Africa, a good part of them, they do come into postgraduate program, especially at the college level, in the college system. It's that, next level of learning, if I may put it this way.
Question for you. Will you be interested in, expanding your college to Nigeria, for example, at a later time?
It's a very timely question, if I may put it this way.
Can I just,
Sure.
because it's similar to what he's saying, so I can answer it together. I'm chairman of a company that working exactly in what you are doing, upskilling and doing, creating entrepreneurs that can solve societal challenges. And one of the things we have done is to create innovation hubs in universities across Nigeria, about 10 at the last count. And the aim is to turn these students into creators, problem solvers. And of course, also convert research to innovation and enterprise, because a lot of research work just end up in the bookshelves after people would have gotten promotion and so on and so forth. So to launch on the question he has asked, how does a company like that work with Centennial College towards partnering, in Nigeria and of course across Africa? Because we partner with a lot of institutions. Caltech University here, for instance, is one of our partners. We're also working with U of T. We are working with Strathmore University in Kenya. But from what I've heard today about Centennial College, I think there's a lot of opportunities and prospects, to also partner and use your unique offering that you have towards expanding your mandate, within Nigeria and Africa. So I want to know how that can be possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. We can definitely take a larger, a more extending and in-depth conversation around that offline. But as a college system, we do have academic partnership and engaging with other institutions in terms of student study abroad, student exchange, faculty exchange program, what we call our FLIP, faculty-led innovation program, and also research. And the colleges, we are really ahead and out there in terms when it comes to applied research, which we're seeing more and more in demand, especially in the current environment. So happy to discuss further on how we can engage into partnerships. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's
It's
brilliant.
a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And I have my contact information. So.
Thank you so much. Incredible. Well, safe travels back to Mauritius. We're sorry we won't see you in Toronto, but we're looking forward to the next occasion. And of course, seeing you on the continent, especially as we look towards Nigeria very firmly. It's going to be fantastic to be back there again. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to each one of you who've remained with us for this session. It has been an absolute pleasure to moderate day one of the plenary programming of this conference, and certainly looking forward to seeing many of you in day 2 or 3 as we head over to Toronto. I'd also like to recognize those who've been absolutely critical to making this happen. First and foremost, Paula Caldwell St-Onge. I know you don't like the limelight, but without you, your leadership and your passion, absolutely given freely, without reserve, this would not happen. Madam Chair, thank you very much. We had a problem with the printer yesterday getting some of the name tags. Guess what Madam Chair did? She went and started physically printing herself at her home and bringing it over here. I don't know what hour. So thank you. I know that's just really shows the humility and the passion. Todd Burns, our sponsor, who's with us, for always coming out to any event. You really do leave Winnipeg fairly often, but we're looking forward to actually being in that great city again at for the first time at some point. And then to the team at Global Affairs, to the ambassadors who've been with us, thank you very much, Your Excellency Cecil Chinanere, for making the effort to be here with us so soon off the heels of an incredible time in your country during our 2-day program in Zimbabwe. And to everybody else who's been in discussions to collaborate and work together. Nikki, Clark, for the incredible constituency that you have, always being open to partner with us. Without the ability to partner with people, we wouldn't reach so many that we're able to speak with. Victoria Shaw, Susan Namolindo at the Africa Trade Desk, and to everybody who's watching and tuned in through 6. And once again, a massive thank you to our sponsors who we mentioned earlier today. And I really want to emphasize that the next 30 years is something that I think we're very strongly ready and positioned to take on as a chamber. And that is because of the powerful people gathered in this room at every single event that we have, whose support makes all of this possible.